Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. Tonight we'll loosen certainty's laces and wander through the mind's softer corridors. We'll watch memories edit themselves as they return, feel choice arrive before we notice, and see the self behave like a story told by context. Thoughts will appear on their own like small weather. Beliefs will tint what the eyes report, and tidy reasons will follow decisions already made. We'll notice how the brain predicts first and samples later, how familiarity can outvote truth, and how feelings often set the stage before ideas speak. We'll rest with the quiet work of unconscious habits, the ache of rejection that feels like a bruise, and the single spotlight that pretends to be multitask. Faces will bloom from random dots. Some minds will think without an inner voice, and different rooms will call up different versions of you. We'll hold twin confidences, false and real, feeling the same. See effort's accountant steer us to easy paths and watch our moods paint the world. Questions will shape what we remember. Intentions will excuse us while we judge acts in others. And lie spotting will prove trickier than pride allows. We'll notice how the hunger for certainty sweetens rhymes, how simulated wins can glow like real ones, and why silence can rattle nerves. We'll feel how we adapt even to heavy weather, how first impressions sprint, how the sidelines breed overconfidence, and how rational often means predictable. If this gentle curiosity helps you drift, settle in, soften focus, breathe once, and let's begin. Your memories are lying to you. They're rewritten every time. You trust your past because it feels solid, but what you carry is a living draft that opens and changes a little each time you read it. And the invitation tonight is simple. Let's slow down and learn how memory actually works. How your brain stores scattered pieces, how recalling loosens them, how today's mood and context quietly rewrite yesterday, and how you can use that fact not to fool yourself, but to become more accurate, kinder and sharper about what truly happened. Start with the basics. Experience arrives in fragments, and the hippocampus serves as an index that links those pieces into a retrievable scene. Then while you sleep, those patterns replay and stabilize so they're easier to find tomorrow. Yet when you later pull the memory back up, you don't press play on a recording. You reconstruct it from the pieces using current cues, expectations and aims, and in that moment of reconstruction, the memory becomes briefly soft again. Neuroscientists call this reconsolidation, which is useful, because a brain built for survival updates the story to fit your present understanding, but it is also risky because what gets saved back is the edited version that now feels just as original as before. You can see this in everyday life. A single word in a question nudges a recalled scene toward broken glass that wasn't there. Hearing a friend's confident retelling primes your own brain to blend their detail into your story. And after emotional events, the feeling remains crisp, while the facts drift. So-called flashbulb memories feel vivid, but aren't necessarily precise, because emotion stamps importance, not accuracy. Under the hood, two forces do most of the work: pattern completion and schema. Give your brain a few cues, and it autofills the rest from learned associations. And it leans on templates about how situations usually unfold, which speeds recall but biases it toward typical rather than true. So unusual details that weren't strongly encoded can be normalized or dropped. And in stress, your attention narrows to the central threat while peripheral facts blur. Meaning later, you'll confidently report the core but misplace the color of the jacket or who stood where. This isn't deception. It's optimization under constraints. Your system prefers gist over verbatim, because carrying every pixel of the past would be heavy and slow, and a predictive brain needs quick patterns to guide action. Yet the cost is false confidence. Memories that feel right, but are partly rebuilt from suggestion, repetition, and mood. There are clean ways to test how pliable recall is without tricking anyone. Give people lists of closely related words, and many will remember a word that fits the theme but never appeared. Ask witnesses about an event and later play them an audio from a different angle, and they may swap in details from the new perspective, or present the same story days apart, and watch how social conversation converges toward a shared version that no single person originally experienced. These effects don't mean memory is useless. They mean it's a tool shaped for meaning and prediction, rather than perfect archiving. Because it's a tool, you can learn to use it better. First, capture while edges are still sharp. Write a quick note or voice memo soon after something matters, explicitly separating what you observed from your interpretation. Second, tag time and source. Date your note and record where each detail came from, so later you can tell which pieces were added by whom. Third, practice retrieval instead of rereading. Close the page. See what you can recall unaided, then compare and correct, because each act of recall opens the memory and gives you a chance to resave a cleaner version. Fourth, space your revisits. Come back a day later, then a week, then a month, so the memory proves itself across different internal states and contexts. Fifth, diversify cues. Try recalling in a different room or posture or time of day, because your brain encodes links to context and you want the memory to stand even when the original context is gone. Sixth, welcome disagreement as data, not a threat. Ask others for their timeline and treat discrepancies as hypotheses to test with evidence rather than battles to win with volume. Seventh, notice confidence drift. Vividness and certainty are feelings, not proof. So learn to say out loud, "This is how I remember it, but I might be wrong," which keeps the editing room open to audit. And eighth, use sleep as your ally. Protect a quiet pre-sleep window, because your brain will replay and reorganize recent experiences, often reducing emotional charge while preserving lessons. And you can help by jotting a few neutral lines before bed to anchor the facts you want to keep. There's a kinder side to reconsolidation too. When a painful memory reopens, pairing it with safety and updated understanding can weaken its sting. The facts remain, but your body stops reacting as if the danger is current, which is the difference between being owned by a memory and owning it. If you want a quick field guide for tomorrow, after a difficult meeting, step outside and record the sequence in simple sentences before talking to anyone else. Mark what you saw and what you inferred. Revisit that note after sleep. Then invite a colleague to share their version and compare timestamps. Adjust your record with explicit source attributions. And if a week later you tell the story to someone new, test yourself first. Say it from memory, then check your notes. And if your confidence rose while accuracy fell, correct it and save the cleaner draft. The aim here isn't to turn life into paperwork, but to train a habit of gentle skepticism toward your own certainty. Because once you understand that remembering is rebuilding, you stop treating the past as a courtroom and start treating it as a workshop where integrity matters more than being right. And in that workshop, you discover something freeing. You can keep the lessons and soften the reflex to hurt yourself each time you revisit what went wrong. You can honor what happened without letting present anger repaint it in harsher colors. And you can let other people's honest memories stand beside yours without either of you being enemies of truth. Tonight, as you sit with an old scene, the room, the words, the look, notice what your mind fills in and what it skips. Write 2 lines that mark the bones of the moment. Then rest and let the quiet machinery of sleep stitch meaning to fact a little more cleanly. Because the point isn't to have a perfect past, it's to carry a trustworthy one into tomorrow, light enough to move with and accurate enough to grow from. Free will might be an illusion. Your brain decides first. You like to believe that the moment you choose is the moment the choice is born. But sit with the body long enough and you'll notice something unsettling. A tiny wave of readiness rises before your "I decided" story appears, as if the hand begins to move and the mind arrives a step late to claim authorship. And that is where we'll begin, gently, clearly, without tricks, by examining what the brain does in the quiet milliseconds and seconds before your conscious yes. Decades ago, physiologists measuring the scalp found a subtle buildup of electrical activity, often called the readiness potential, leading up to a simple voluntary tap. Participants reported when they felt the urge, yet the neural ramp started earlier than their reported decision, hinting that the machinery was gearing up before awareness. Later, brain imaging pushed the preview even further. Patterns in frontal and parietal regions could forecast, with better than chance accuracy, which button you would press a second or more before you knew. Not fate carved in stone, but a head start in the neural race. This sounds like a verdict against freedom until you read the experiments closely. The tasks were deliberately trivial. Press left or right, now or a bit later, because trivial choices are easy to study. That means what we're seeing is a mind using noise, habits, and context to tip a balance when nothing much hangs on the outcome. One influential view reframes that early ramp not as a pre-written order, but as the brain's background fluctuations drifting upward until a threshold is met, like sand grains tumbling until one more makes the pile slide. When the threshold is crossed, the movement plan comes online, and the feeling of deciding is stitched in afterward. If that's right, then awareness is not an on-off switch at the start, but a late arriving spotlight that illuminates a decision already forming in distributed circuits. Motor plans, value estimates, action costs, and learned biases all adding weight in near silence. That still leaves you with a serious question. If the brain chooses first, what becomes of you? One practical answer is that your role may be less about igniting every act, and more about shaping the stage on which acts ignite. The goals you set, the habits you rehearse, the attention you cultivate, the options you keep within reach, and perhaps most strangely, the ability to cancel. The original studies found a small window between the pre-movement build-up and the action where participants could still veto the movement. Later work showed that targeted magnetic pulses can nudge or interrupt a pending choice, and training can expand your sensitivity to urges so you catch them before they solidify. Think of this as free won't. You don't author each impulse from nothing, but you can train a watchful capacity to let some impulses pass, to suspend and redirect. That capacity doesn't float above biology. It is biology learning to talk to itself. When you practice noticing the first tug of an urge, a scroll, a snack, a snide reply, you strengthen networks that monitor and inhibit. When you define a rule in advance, you preload control, so that when noise pushes the system toward an unhelpful act, a counter pattern is already in place. Everyday life is full of hints that agency is layered rather than absolute. Reflexes snatch your hand from heat before you step in. Timing illusions can make an action you didn't intend feel self-caused if it fits your expectation. In intentional binding, your sense of time compresses between what you think you did and what you think happened, because the brain ties cause to effect to keep your narrative tidy. None of this proves that freedom is fake. It proves that the feeling of freedom is a constructed signal, and like any perception, it can be bent by context. The worthwhile project is not to despair, but to understand the levers. Begin by reducing the number of moments where noise must decide for you. Design environments that make the helpful act the easy act, because when a system hovers near threshold, small nudges matter. Slow down moments that tend to run on autopilot. Even a 2-second pause, a breath, a counted beat, can open a space in which the pending action becomes visible. Name the urges out loud, not to shame them, but to tag them for the monitoring system. Tags make patterns easier to catch next time. Use advanced commitments that speak the brain's language. Very concrete plans, friction for temptations, and social cues that raise the cost of breaking your own rule. Remember that what you call character is often the long-term average of such micro-adjustments. Less a monarch issuing decrees, more a city that has slowly rerouted its traffic with curbs, signs, and well-lit paths. If you want finer control, train on tasks that isolate timing and inhibition. Simple go, stop drills, delayed responses, or even games that require you to withhold an obvious move until a signal appears. These are not childish. They tune the same frontal networks that put a hand on the shoulder of impulse when stakes are high. And when you do act, keep careful records where it matters. Not because paperwork is noble, but because memory will later award you more authorship or less than you had. And decisions about health, money, or trust deserve a trace you can audit. Does any of this rescue free will in the grand metaphysical sense? Maybe not. Maybe we do not need a metaphysical rescue. What you need is reliable influence over what happens next. Steerage. not sovereignty. And the science suggests you can have that by taking ownership of the conditions, what you practice, where you place attention, which cues you expose yourself to, how quickly you move from urge to behavior, and how kindly you catch yourself when the system tumbles the wrong way. The picture that emerges is humbler and more empowering than the myth. You are not a ghost in the machine, nor are you a passenger. You are the machine learning to guide itself, an organism that can notice early signals, adjust thresholds, rehearse better defaults, and invite better futures by preparing for them in advance. So tonight, don't argue with the milliseconds. Work with them. Set one small rule you'll meet tomorrow. Clear one path that leads to it. Add one speed bump to something you'd like to do less. And promise yourself to pause once before the next quick act. Then rest with this softer definition. Freedom is not the spark at the start. It is the patient architecture that lets wiser sparks catch. Build that architecture day by day, and you will feel in your bones that choice has become more yours. Your sense of self is a mental construct, not a fixed entity. You look in the mirror and feel a single, continuous me looking back. Yet if we slow the moment and watch with care, what appears solid begins to separate into working parts. Sensations from inside the body, signals from the world, a stream of language that explains, a social mask that adapts, and a quiet regulator that keeps the organism alive. Tonight we'll treat the self not as a crystal statue, but as a living construction, useful, beautiful, and revised from moment to moment, built by a brain whose first job is to keep the body in good shape, and whose second job is to predict what will happen next. Start with the base layer, the bodily self. Long before you say I, your nervous system tracks heartbeat, breath, warmth, hunger, muscle tension, and the chemistry of stress and calm. And these internal signals shape how you feel from the inside out. When interoception is clear and balanced, the world feels navigable and I feels stable. But when it's noisy or blunted, your sense of being someone can wobble. People with anxiety often read small bodily shifts as threats, and then the mind paints a me who is in danger, while those in states of depersonalization report feeling like a spectator, because their inner signals feel flat or delayed. Layer 2 is the embodied self. The brain knits touch, sight, and position into a body map so you know where you end and the chair begins. And because those maps are learned and updated, they can be nudged. The borders of me expand when you pick up a tool and shrink when numbness follows an injury. Next comes the perspectival self. The system attaches camera and microphone to the organism. Eyes and ears point here. This is the center from which actions launch. And the brain keeps a running account of what I am doing, partly to guide movement and partly to keep the story coherent. On top of that sits the narrative self. Language summarizes, justifies, and forecasts, turning a messy stream of moments into a tale with heroes, themes, and lessons. And because the tale is for guiding tomorrow as much as describing yesterday, it is selective. Running through all layers is the social self. Your brain tunes to faces, norms, and status, shaping your choices to stay included by the tribe that keeps you safe. None of these layers is fake. They are all real operations. But the feeling of a single, unchanging owner is a shortcut. The brain uses so that you can act quickly without getting lost in the details of your own machinery. Watch how context moves the slider. At home you are more humorous and loose, at work more careful and planned, with a close friend more open, with a stranger more guarded. Hormones, sleep, pain, and even temperature tilt the stage on which you appear. We know from careful observation that identity flexes with roles and routines. Bilinguals often report different emotional tones across languages. Athletes describe a different me in flow than at rest, and caregivers speak of a sturdy, patient self that fades when exhaustion peaks. These aren't masks hiding the true self, but valid configurations that the organism deploys to meet the moment. That adaptive shape-shifting is supported by networks in the brain that integrate inner signals with memory, imagination, and social meaning. Regions often active when the mind wanders or reflects on people are busy weaving continuity from fragments, And they are also the places that light up when you drift into daydreams about who you might become. In unusual circumstances, we glimpse how composite the self is. After certain surgeries that prevent communication between brain halves, each side can guide different behaviors and even offer different explanations for the same action. Yet the person still reports a single I because the storytelling system is so skilled at smoothing. In virtual and clinical setups, shifting what the eyes see and the skin feels can make people feel their point of view slide into another body or a different place. Revealing that I am here is an inference drawn from matching signals, not a magical tether. Even pain and ownership can be remapped with practice, as in prosthetic use, which shows the body's representation rewiring to include new parts as if they had always belonged. None of this reduces you to a trick. It clarifies what needs caring for. If the self is a construction, it can be built more wisely. To work with it, begin at the foundation. Improve the raw materials that feed the sense of being someone in the world. Steady sleep, consistent movement, and simple breath exercises sharpen interoception, so the brain's "how am I doing inside" meter is less noisy. People who cultivate accurate heartbeat detection, for example, often report clearer emotional boundaries and quicker recovery from stress. Second, treat attention like a steering wheel for identity. What you repeatedly attend to widens in your self-concept. If you practice noticing small acts of follow-through, you become the kind of person who finishes things. If you rehearse catching one kind of unhelpful thought and letting it pass, you become the kind of person who need not believe every mental headline. Third, update your about me statements with evidence rather than mood. Write a weekly one-page audit that separates data from labels and then choose one small behavior that contradicts an unhelpful label in the coming week. The trick here isn't to lie to yourself, but to let action teach the narrator a better story. Fourth, design situations that call forward the self you want more often. Environments with cues, music, lighting, a staged desk, pre-opened document. Lower the energy needed to step into that version of you. And social surroundings do the same. A friend who treats you as brave is a context that evokes brave behavior, which then justifies the identity. Fifth, learn to unblend from the voice in your head. When a thought says, "I'm the kind of person who always freezes," say out loud, "There is a thought that I always freeze," and then test it with a tiny act that disproves it. This isn't semantic play. It's how you give language back its role as a tool rather than a governor. Sixth, explore safe shifts in perspective to feel how fluid the construct can be. Write a short scene from the point of view of your future self, who has already solved one problem you face, or recount a tough memory in the third person to reduce heat and increase clarity. Seventh, use your body to edit your mind's sense of you. Strong postures, warm facial expressions, and slow exhalations are not pretend. They send signals upward that your regulatory systems interpret as safety and agency, and the story adapts. Finally, treat roles as garments you can consciously put on and take off rather than skin you must live in. Before a hard conversation, set a simple two-line identity cue, and after, debrief in writing so the narrator records evidence that this self exists. Over weeks, these small edits accumulate into a stable but flexible identity. Not a fixed statue, but a well-practiced ensemble that can improvise without falling apart. There are gentle cautions worth keeping close. A flexible self does not mean a hollow self. Coherence still matters. You want your roles to share a few non-negotiables so that the shape can change without losing its backbone. A constructed self does not mean a false self. Construction is what biological systems do, from healing skin to forming habits. And acknowledging construction is not a license to deny responsibility. On the contrary, when you see that the story of who I am is updated by what you do, you gain leverage to choose what you practice and therefore who you become. So tonight, if the mirror feels unsteady, don't search for a single permanent face. Ask instead which layers are speaking and what they need. Perhaps your body asks for rest, your attention asks for fewer tabs. Your narrator asks for a smaller promise you can keep tomorrow. Write one sentence that names the version of you you'd like to train this week. Design one situation that makes it easy to show up as them. And close with this softer knowledge. The self is not a fixed object to find, but a craft to tend, assembled from signals, shaped by context, guided by values. And when you learn its materials and methods, you don't lose yourself. You learn how to carry yourself with more truth. You don't control most of your thoughts. They appear automatically. A thought pops up, and you swear you put it there. But watch more closely, and you'll see something quieter and more honest happening. Ideas arrive like weather, formed elsewhere, traveling on currents you didn't start. Then your attention notices, names, and sometimes chases them. And the mistake is to confuse noticing with authoring. So let's explore how thoughts actually appear, why some are sticky, and how you can shape the conditions without pretending to be the sky. Begin with the simplest observation. If you sit still for a minute and try to think of nothing, your mind will fill anyway. Fragments of yesterday's talk, a tune from the cafe, an old worry redressed as a new plan. And this isn't failure. It's how a predictive, story-building brain stays ready for what might happen next. Sensory cues trigger associations, emotions tilt the stream, language loops keep running, and tiny prompts in your surroundings, screens, badges, a half-open tab, act like doorbells you can't unhear. Left alone, the system wanders, and careful studies find that a large slice of waking life is spent mind-wandering. Not because you're broken, but because rehearsal, simulation, and daydreaming are built-in planning tools that run by default when nothing urgent blocks the lane. The trouble comes when you treat every mental headline as a command, or when you blame yourself for the weather itself. Intrusive thoughts, violent, embarrassing, absurd, are a known feature of healthy minds. More frequent when you're tired, stressed, or trying too hard to suppress them, and the meaning you give them decides their lifespan. If you believe, I had a bad thought, therefore I am bad, the alarm spikes, attention locks on, and the brain learns that this kind of thought is important, so it returns. If you label them as noise with no moral weight, the loop loosens. Here's a clearer map of how an automatic thought forms. A cue fires. A fast appraisal guesses, what does this mean for me? A thought bubble surfaces along with a little bodily echo. Attention can then either grip or glance, and behavior follows. Write, speak, scroll, avoid, pause. Most of this chain runs in fractions of a second, and you don't need to see every link to influence the outcome. You just need leverage at the right places. One lever is context management. Your brain is cue hungry, so prune the cues that push you where you don't want to go and plant cues that spark the thinking you do want. If morning doom scrolling hijacks your first thoughts, put the phone to charge in another room and leave a single page open on your desk with a handwritten starter question you'd like to think about instead. Because when you wake, the first thing your eyes land on often seeds the day's thought. Stream. Soundtrack is a lever too. Instrumentals without lyrics reduce language intrusion for many tasks, while steady ambient noise can shorten the time it takes to slide into focused thinking. Light and posture matter as well. Bright, cool light and an upright spine whisper, engage, while dimmer, warmer light and a softer posture invite reflection. You are not commanding thoughts here. You are shaping the room in which they appear. Another lever is meta-attention, the ability to notice that you're thinking. While your thinking changes the physics of stickiness, a simple practice is name and nudge. Quietly label what kind of thought just arrived, then nudge attention either back to what you were doing or onto a single chosen question. Naming reduces fusion. I am a failure becomes, there is a self-critique thought, which gives you one beat to decide whether to feed it. If a thought keeps returning, Give it a container instead of a courtroom. Schedule a 15-minute worry window later in the day. Write the returning thought on a list for that window and tell the brain, not now, but I will think this through at 5:30, and then actually show up to the appointment. Paradoxically, honoring a time for the thought teaches the system that it doesn't need to shove it in your face all afternoon. A third lever is attentional training, which is less mystical than it sounds. Pick a neutral anchor, rest attention there for a minute, and each time you notice you've drifted, mark the drift kindly and come back. This is not about staying perfectly still, it's about building the muscle that returns without drama. Over weeks, that returning gets faster. The gap between thought and reaction stretches, and a space opens where choice can live. To tune the muscle further, try quick spot drills during the day. While boiling water or waiting for an elevator, count 10 relaxed breaths without controlling them, or trace the outline of something in your field of view with your eyes, or listen for the farthest sound you can hear. These micro practices refresh meta-attention without demanding a retreat. A fourth lever is language hygiene. Phrases are thought generators. What's wrong with me manufactures self-attack, while what does this part of me need invites problem solving. Replace always, never with specifics. Swap I can't for I haven't yet, and move from identity claims to behavior plans. The brain learns from verbs more than adjectives, so give it verbs it can practice. A fifth lever is the body's channel upstream to the mind. Slow exhales lengthen the nervous system's break. Steady movement cuts rumination, and sleep sets tomorrow's baseline. Short and irregular sleep predicts a messier thought stream, while a consistent window stabilizes it. Caffeine timing matters. Early is fine for many. Late amplifies evening noise. Food and pain shape the river too. Low blood sugar, dehydration, and aches tilt the stream toward irritability. So small physical fixes are not trivial. They're thought hygiene. For people who spiral on self-judgment about the very presence of automatic thoughts, adopt the scientist's stance. Keep a tiny log for 3 days with 3 columns. Q. Thought. What you did next. Do not analyze, just record. Patterns will surface, and from patterns you can build tests. This is not about never having the thought again. It's about shortening its half-life and reducing collateral damage. There are also creative ways to work with recurring thoughts you actually want. Ideas, questions, problem seeds. Keep a parking lot document open. Drop the thought there and return during a protected hour. Minds love closure, and knowing there is a trusted place for a thought to live lets attention release it in the moment. For learning, use spaced prompts to summon useful thoughts on schedule. Set a daily 2-sentence explanation challenge for a concept you're studying. By asking the brain at intervals, you teach it that, please bring me this thought, is a standing order and worth prioritizing. The hard truth, and the freeing one, is that you don't get to choose what thought knocks first, but you have influence over which ones get welcomed, fed, and seated at the table. Influence grows when you deliberately arrange cues, practice meta-attention, clean your language, care for the body that hosts the mind, and measure rather than judge. You will still get odd, dark, and uninvited guests, and that says nothing damning about you, only something human about how minds protect and prepare. So tonight, if the stream feels loud, try this small sequence. Change one cue in the room, label the next thought that arrives. Write a single line promising it a place later if needed. Take 10 easy breaths with soft shoulders and return to one modest task you chose. Let that be enough. Because the goal isn't to control the sky, it's to become a kind, skilled forecaster of your own weather. And with practice, you'll find that the storms pass faster, the air clears more often, and the thoughts that matter have an easier path to reach you. Belief can physically alter your perception. You think you see the world and then decide what to believe about it. But notice how often belief walks in first and the senses fall in line. Tonight, let's examine that gentle but startling truth. Expectation doesn't just color your opinion after the fact. It can push on the very machinery that builds sight, sound, taste, and pain, changing what you actually experience. Begin with a small, familiar scene. Someone pours 2 glasses of the same wine, quietly labels one expensive, and you report richer flavor and longer finish from the pricier glass. Not because you're pretending, but because the expectation of quality primes brain systems that evaluate pleasure and texture, turning up signals that fit the story. Swap wine for coffee, chocolate, or music, and you'll see the same pattern. Labels and context shape the felt intensity, the timing, even the aftertaste. Belief acts like a volume knob on sensory gain. Pain shows the effect with almost frightening clarity. A trusted voice says, "This cream will numb the area," and your hurt drops. Not just in your report, but in the body's alarm network. Placebo isn't fake relief, it's real top-down control, often recruiting the brain's own pain-damping chemistry to dial down the signal. Flip the belief and you get nocebo. Tell someone a harmless stimulus might sting, and the system becomes jumpy. Minor sensations spike into discomfort, and the experience feels authentically worse, which should make you cautious about the stories you tell yourself before a difficult day. Belief also sculpts the finer grain of perception in ways you can test at your desk. Put a faint grey square on a bright background, and it looks darker than the same grey on a dark background, because your visual system believes lighting conditions explain intensity, and it compensates to keep objects stable. Tell someone a sound is getting louder, and they'll begin to hear the climb even when the physical volume is flat. The brain expects a slope and leans into it. With speech, expectation can reroute what you hear altogether. Once your mind is told what a garbled sentence says, you can't unhear it, and from then on, the same noise clicks into crisp words, because your belief about the pattern has trained the decoding. In taste and smell, a story does more than nudge preference. Present an odor with the description cheddar cheese, and many people smile. Present the same odor as body odor, and many recoil. The identical molecules travel through different corridors of experience because belief shifts the meaning your brain assigns at the doorway. Even color isn't immune. Speakers of languages that split one part of the spectrum into 2 named categories can become measurably quicker at telling those shades apart, suggesting that what you think counts as a real boundary can sharpen the senses along that line. And the strangest trick sits in sight itself. Mental imagery and expectation can prime your low-level visual areas so that a faint pattern becomes easier to see if you confidently expect it, and harder if you're convinced it isn't there. The brain allocating resources to match the prior. None of this makes you gullible, it makes you human. The nervous system evolved to predict and save energy, so it builds a best guess by blending incoming data with what it already believes. And when belief is strong or data is weak, the guess leans toward the belief. The skill, then, isn't to purge belief. You can't. It's to shape it wisely and test it against reality, so it helps rather than hijacks. Start with an expectation audit for situations where accuracy matters. Before a tasting, a negotiation, a diagnosis, or even a feedback session, write 2 lines. What do I already believe will happen? And what would count as evidence that I'm wrong? Because making priors explicit loosens their invisible grip. When feasible, adopt blind or double-blind habits in daily life. Taste or test before you see the label. Hide prices when comparing products. Ask a colleague to mask names on proposals. Shuffle the order of options you review. Tiny veils remove the nudge that stories give to the senses. Engineer A/B perception checks for yourself. Listen to a track with and without the enhancer you're excited about, but have someone else flip the switch so you don't know which is which. And write down your call before you're told. Over time, you'll learn where belief helps you enjoy and where it tricks you. Use anchoring phrases that calm nocebo before it. Starts. Replace "this will be awful" with "this might be intense for a minute" and then fade. Replace "I can't stand this" with "I can ride this way for 60 seconds and see," which not only changes mood but alters the perceived shape of the sensation. When you want belief to boost performance, say, in learning, build honest rituals that carry proof. Not empty hype. A warm-up that you know improves recall. A breath sequence that reliably steadies your hands. A short review that has worked before. Your brain learns to associate ritual with result and belief, then primes attention and timing in your favor without needing superstition. Be mindful of how authority and group narratives bend perception. A confident person declaring, "This is the best," pulls many senses toward agreement, and repeated slogans can make familiar statements feel truer than new ones. Counter this by collecting your own samples where you can, and by seeking the moment your experience diverges from the group story. Train your language to separate perception from inference in the moment you're evaluating. Say, "It tastes bitter to me," rather than "it is bad." "I feel heat," rather than "this is burning," because modest phrasing keeps the door open for retesting and prevents belief from hardening into a self-fulfilling prophecy. And when your own belief has clearly misled you, treat that as a win, not a wound. Write down the conditions under which it failed: time of day, lighting, stress. Label and store that lesson as a new, narrower belief, which makes your future perception sharper. There's a soft closing lesson here. Belief is not the enemy of truth. It is a tool that must be trained. You will always meet the world halfway, so meet it with beliefs that are testable, flexible, and kind. Testable so you can catch when they bend your senses too far. Flexible so they can update with new evidence. Kind so they reduce fear's habit of making small signals feel like alarms. Tonight, try one small experiment. Blind taste two things you usually judge by their label, or describe a sensation first and name it second, or ask a friend to shuffle options while you guess, and notice how your perception shifts when the story is delayed by a few seconds. The aim isn't to strip belief from experience. It's to carry beliefs that help perception do its best work, so that what you feel is closer to what is there, and when you do choose to lean into a story, for art, for courage, for meaning, you'll know you're using belief on purpose rather than letting it quietly use you. You rationalize after you decide, not before. You like to imagine that choices bloom from careful reasons, but watch the sequence closely, and a different rhythm appears. First, a lean forward in feeling, a tilt in appetite or aversion, a hand already reaching, and only then a fluent narrator arrives to explain why the move was wise, noble, inevitable. Tonight we'll examine that narrator, not to shame it, but to understand how it builds tidy stories after the fact, how those stories can mislead you, and how to make decisions that need less rescuing. Begin with small, safe experiments. Asked to pick the better jam or the more attractive face, many people decide fast and can't name a clear reason. Yet give them 10 seconds and they'll offer confident explanations. And in cleverly designed choice blindness setups where the option is secretly swapped after selection, a surprising number go on to defend the option they didn't choose, weaving reasons that fit the imposter in their hand. This isn't stupidity. It's the mind's commitment to coherence. Once a direction is taken, the storytelling system recruits whatever nearby reasons will make the arc look straight. In classic shopping studies, identical items lined up left to right led people to prefer the rightmost, while denying that position mattered. Then rationalizing texture or color, introspection gives you access to a stream of plausible justifications, not to the actual mechanics under the hood. Moral life shows the same lag. Many of us feel a moral no or yes in the gut, then scramble for a rule that fits, and when pressed with awkward counterexamples, we stall or circle because the feeling came first, and the rule is playing catch-up. And in daily judgment, the pattern repeats. Post-purchase rationalization, sunk cost loyalty, and team defending are all stories that make yesterday's choice feel right to the you who has to live with it tomorrow. What drives the early lean? Not magic, but layered signals, past rewards that left traces, social cues that tug status and belonging, the ease or difficulty with which an option comes to mind, and the body's quick appraisals of risk and effort. None of this means reasons never matter. It means reasons exert more power at the design stage, when you set the menu and criteria, than at the moment you're already sliding toward one plate. The danger isn't that the narrator speaks, it's that you mistake its smoothness for truth. So how do you build decisions that need less post hoc storytelling? First, separate deciding from justifying in time. Write a brief one-page decision draft before acting that lists the concrete goal. The 2 or 3 top criteria, the red flags that would stop you, and the evidence you have now, then act. Only after the choice, write a closing note that records what actually drove the move and compare the 2 documents. This reveals gaps between plan and pull, teaching you whether you're a slave to urgency, to authority, or to novelty. Second, use a reasons checklist that penalizes fake clarity. If you catch yourself citing vague abstractions, force yourself to name the measurable proxy. If you can't measure it even roughly, mark it as taste, not fact. Taste is allowed. It just shouldn't be dressed as evidence. Third, apply a reverse reasons test. List the best reasons for the option you didn't pick and the strongest criticisms of the one you did. Then choose one concrete step that would change your mind if new information arrives. That condition becomes your re-evaluation trigger, preventing loyalty from hardening into blindness. Fourth, delay public commitments on high-stakes calls until you've done a short pre-mortem. Imagine 6 months have passed and the choice failed. Write 3 plausible causes, and for each add a preventive tweak now. This inoculates against the sweet aftertaste of self-explanations because you've rehearsed seeing your own flaws in advance. Fifth, invite a friendly opposition voice before you decide. Someone tasked with arguing the other side for 5 minutes while you only ask clarifying questions, no rebuttals. This isn't about debate winner, it's about stretching your reasons until they creak or hold. Sixth, track small bets. Instead of a grand yes that triggers ego armor, place a series of modest time-boxed experiments with explicit stop rules. Because the more reversible the choice, the less your mind needs to lacquer it with righteousness. Seventh, watch your language in the hours after deciding. Replace "I knew it" with "here's what I thought and what happened." Replace "it had to be this way" with "given X and Y." "I chose Z." Replace "it was the only option" with "it was the option I prioritized because..." And notice how these softer phrases keep the door open for correction. Eighth, beware of social mirrors that reward certainty over accuracy. Likes and applause train your narrator to polish rather than probe, so create at least one arena where messy reasons are welcome. Ninth, be specific about what would make you reverse course and put it on the calendar to check. If the metric hasn't moved by date N, you roll back. This turns a later change of mind from a humiliation into a planned hypothesis test. And finally, practice noticing the first whisper that a story's getting ahead of the facts. A rush of relief that your choice is now safe because you found the perfect quote, an urge to collect only confirming examples, the quick dismissal of discomfort as negativity. Mark these as narrator at work and pause for one disconfirming search. None of this requires becoming a cold machine. It asks for a warmer kind of honesty about how humans keep themselves coherent. The goal is not to silence the storyteller, but to put it in the right job. Make it a translator of evidence rather than a defense attorney for impulse, a builder of transparent bridges between what you value and what you do. And here is the soft close. You will always explain yourself, because a life without narrative is unlivable. But if you practice deciding with criteria, recording the pull you actually felt, inviting a small measure of kind doubt, and scheduling moments where changing your mind is a sign of strength, your reasons will grow nearer to your reality. Tonight, try a tiny version. Pick one pending choice, write 3 concrete criteria and 1 stop rule. Decide, then later write what truly pushed you, and read both aloud. That simple mirror will save you from many beautiful stories that would otherwise trap you. And over time, it will replace "I rationalized well" with "I decided well," which is the quiet freedom you were after all along. Your brain creates reality using predictions, not raw input. Stand perfectly still for a moment and notice something you rarely catch. The world does not pour into you like water into a glass. You meet it with a guess already in your hands, and what you feel as seeing or hearing is that guess being compared against a thin trickle of data, adjusted just enough to keep you on track. This is the quiet architecture of perception, where your brain constantly predicts what is about to happen and then edits those predictions with incoming signals so you can move, speak, and survive without waiting for slow confirmation. Start with a blunt constraint. The senses are bandwidth limited and late. Light takes time to be captured and processed. Sound unfolds over tens of milliseconds. Touch and balance ride on nerve fibers with different speeds. So if you tried to wait passively for perfect information before acting, you would miss the ball, misstep on the stair, and lag behind every unfolding moment. Instead, your nervous system runs a rolling forecast of the near future and uses it to fill in what's likely true right now, and only when reality disagrees. Strongly does it spend energy revising the picture. You can feel this forecasting in everyday motion. As you reach for a door handle, your arm is already preparing the shape and force of the grip because the brain has predicted the handle's position, texture, and resistance. As you speak, inner copies of your outgoing motor commands are sent to your hearing system so that your own voice is damped and the world's sounds remain salient. This is why you can't truly tickle yourself. The surprise component is missing because the touch was predicted and the signal attenuated at the source. Athletes train these predictions to razor sharpness. A batter starts the swing before the ball leaves the pitcher's hand. A keeper dives where a penalty kick is about to go by reading micro gestures and learned patterns, and a violinist places fingers on the string before the note is heard because the motor plan has already forecast the sound. Only a large mismatch, a curve that didn't curve, a mishit, a sudden cough in the audience, demands correction. Even at the earliest stages of vision and hearing, the system is not a camera, but a sculptor. Basic features are guessed by circuits primed by decades of experience with the shapes and timings the world usually presents. This is why you read messy handwriting fluently in your own language, but struggle with clean letters in a script you don't know. Your brain predicts coherent words before the ink dries, and where the lines are ambiguous, it snaps them to the nearest expected pattern. This is also why, in a dim room, a coat on a chair can briefly appear as a person. Your prediction engine prefers a plausible object over raw shadows when data is scarce. Prediction explains subtle, disappearing acts you take for granted. Your eyes flick from place to place several times each second, yet you do not see the smear of motion because the system mutes the expected blur and stitches the jumps into a steady scene. The blind spot, where your optic nerve leaves the eye, isn't a hole in your awareness because surrounding context is. Used to paint the most likely fill. Walk downstairs in the dark thinking there is one more step than there is, and your stomach lurches. That jolt is a prediction error felt in the body. When the forecasting machinery wobbles, you glimpse how deep it runs. In certain conditions, copies of your own motor commands are not matched correctly to their effects, and inner speech can be misattributed as external voice. In motion sickness, signals from the eyes and the balance organs disagree with the predicted movement, and the body reads the mismatch as a toxin warning. In some chronic pain states, a predictive system that has learned to expect danger continues to turn up the gain even after tissues have healed. So, normal signals are interpreted as threat, small mismatches cascading into large experiences. None of this means you live in a fantasy. It means perception is a negotiation. The brain offers its best model, the senses vote, and the model updates just enough to keep your behavior adaptive. The goal is not no prediction, but good prediction, models that are flexible, humble, and tuned to the task. How do you train a better forecaster? First, feed it varied, high-quality data. Practice noticing small differences within a category you care about. Espresso shots that differ by a second, footsteps on different surfaces, the way wind sounds before rain. Because the more diverse your samples, the less your brain needs to force a poor match into a rigid expectation. Second, engineer clean tests that keep the story from pre-deciding the experience. Shuffle the order of options you evaluate, cover brand cues, change fonts when proofreading. So predicted words don't hide typos, and when you learn a new skill, regularly switch practice contexts so your model captures the essentials rather than memorizing one narrow setup. Third, deliberately seek small doses of surprise to stretch your priors. Take unfamiliar routes. Handle tools with your non-dominant hand for a few minutes. Listen to music you don't usually choose and ask what patterns it's using. Because prediction improves when it is frequently nudged by safe, digestible mismatches. Fourth, slow down moments that are prone to false certainty. When you just know, you recognize someone from behind. Wait for a face. When you're sure you know what a sentence says, read it aloud. When you feel a space is level underfoot, look. These aren't paranoid rituals. They're ways of giving fresh data a chance to revise an overeager model. Fifth, learn to feel prediction errors as information rather than threats. The micro jolt when an expected step isn't there. The slight delay when you touch a new texture. The "that's odd" when a room sounds different. Mark these sensations as update cues and ask one concrete question. What assumption did I bring in that might be wrong? Sixth, use the body's rhythms to tune prediction quality. Consistent sleep reduces random noise in the forecasts. Steady movement keeps proprioceptive maps honest. And slow exhalations lower alarm so the system doesn't force ambiguous inputs into scary shapes. Seventh, build if-then adjustments that correct common biases in your modeling. If I'm rushing, then I read numbers twice. If the light is warm, then I double-check color. If I'm hungry, then I postpone any quick judgment about people. Because prediction loves shortcuts, and a few preloaded edits stop low-fuel shortcuts from becoming errors you later regret. For a home experiment in predictive seeing, try this. Place a faint pattern on your screen and stare gently at a dot beside it. After a few seconds, most minds begin to complete lines and improve detection because the brain has committed to a pattern and is boosting expected signals. Now move the dot or change the orientation without warning and notice the brief lag before your perception snaps to the new arrangement. That lag is your model revising. For hearing, play a loop of ambiguous syllables and ask a friend to prime you with different words before each run. You'll hear the same sound tilt toward one interpretation or another based on the prediction primed. For touch, trace a familiar object in a bag and then swap it for a similar weight and shape. Your fingers will briefly tell you the old story until the mismatch accumulates. The deeper lesson is practical and gentle. Your experience is not raw reality stamped on your mind. It is reality negotiated with your expectations, and the quality of that negotiation is a trainable craft. With better models, you'll notice fewer phantom steps, misheard words, and misread rooms. With kinder models, you'll assume less malice in others when data are thin. With flexible models, you'll update faster when the world moves under your feet. Tonight, give your forecaster a little workout. Pick one routine and pay close attention to the micro predictions. You reach before you see. You brace before you touch. You hear the kettle before it whistles. Then invite one small, safe surprise. Use a different cup, Swap hands, change the order, and watch how quickly your mind updates. That is the skill to carry forward. Not the impossible goal of seeing without expectation, but the achievable habit of expecting lightly and revising easily so that your model of the world stays close to the world and your actions land where you intend. You can be convinced you've done something you never did. You can walk away absolutely certain you sent the message, locked the door, or took your pill and still be wrong. And the uncomfortable lesson tonight is that conviction is not a receipt. There are reliable ways a normal, healthy mind can manufacture the feeling of, I did that, even when nothing happened. And understanding those ways will save you from quiet mistakes that snowball into real trouble. Begin with the most common trap, the intention-action swap. When you plan an act vividly, you recruit many of the same systems used to perform it. Motor imagery primes the fingers, language rehearses the words, attention frames the time, and later that rehearsal can be misfiled as execution, especially if your day is noisy. This is why I thought about it so easily becomes I did it, and why high repetition tasks are the worst offenders. The memory traces from dozens of identical runs blend together until the latest rehearsal feels like one more completed instance. Add fatigue or stress, and your brain leans even harder on the shortcut, feels familiar, already done. A second pathway to a counterfeit memory of action is the fluency of mental pictures. Imagine pressing send so clearly that you can see the blue bubble leaving, and your mind rates the imagined scene as more likely to be real later. The picture flows smoothly, so the brain interprets that smoothness as evidence. Daydream, films, and dreams feed this same pump. Repeated exposure to a scene where you act can later be mislabeled as a memory of acting, particularly when the scene matches your habits or your role. People who watch themselves in a recording repeatedly can start to remember having reacted in ways the clip never shows, because the self they expect to be is projected onto the blank spots between frames. A third route is source confusion in social settings. You talk through a plan with a teammate, they describe steps in the first person, everyone nods, and later your brain has a tidy narrative that includes your own participation, even if you never touched the upload. Repetition in a group setting hardens that narrative. Each retelling smooths the edges until what the group did becomes what you personally did. Similarly, in families and tight teams, roles are so stable that on a month when someone else quietly swaps duties, the old role expectation produces a phantom, I must have done it. A fourth route hides in the body's shorthand. Your motor system runs cheap simulations to test actions before you commit. The slight shoulder roll as you think about standing, the hand half lifting when you consider reaching for the light. These tiny starts, especially when combined with a strong goal, can leave behind a bodily echo that memory mistakes for completion. Because the echo is real, the mind writes a sentence to match. Fifth, digital life multiplies false finishes. Drafts autosave, buttons grey out, notifications explode, and your eyes skim a screen that constantly changes state. You click buy, the spinner appears, another alert steals attention, and the brain marks the task as closed. The subtlety is that many interfaces are designed to feel done before they are done, which means your internal sense of completion is being trained by animation rather than by outcomes you actually checked. Sixth, there is the overchecking paradox that often hits conscientious people. The more you check whether you did the thing, the less confident you become that you did, because each check creates another nearly identical memory trace to confuse with the act itself. Over time, the brain learns this is an uncertain area, and uncertainty becomes the story you remember. Pilots and surgeons solved a cousin of this problem, not by checking harder, but by checking differently, making checks distinct, spoken, and witnessed so they stand out in memory. None of this means you're careless. It means reality monitoring, deciding whether a memory came from the world or from imagination, relies on rough signals. How detailed is the memory? How many senses are involved? Is there recorded evidence? Does it cohere with other events? Is it embedded in a time and place? And how much effort did it take? Imagined actions often lack sensory grit and timing, but repeated imagination can add both, especially when the imagined scene is tied to a real context, and so the usual test fails. Even déjà vu tugs on this system. When a layout or rhythm of events matches a pattern your brain already knows, you get a strong "I've done this" feeling without any episode to anchor it. And if you're not cautious, you'll backfill an act into that feeling. The solution is not to distrust yourself into paralysis. It's to build small, reliable proofs and rituals that break the feels done spell. Here is a practical toolkit. Make actions encode themselves. Say and do together, so the act leaves a distinct auditory and tactile trace. Add a unique tag to repeated tasks. Rotate a set of colored rubber bands on your pill bottle and move today's band to your wrist only after swallowing, so the day's act has a physical mark. Separate plan from execution spaces. Write intentions in one place and move only completed items, with a timestamp, to another. The friction of retyping is not wasted time, it's a memory anchor. Use last joint proofs. Snap a photo of the closed window latch or the stove's off position only after you've touched and named it. Then store it in a daily auto-emptied folder. Do not check the folder unless doubt arises. Reduce identicality. Change one trivial feature each time you perform a high-stakes repeat, so episodes don't blur. Design brief closing rituals. After sending an important message, read the last line aloud and place your phone face down on the left of your keyboard. The odd placement becomes a cue that the action really left your hands. For team actions, write a who did what when microlog in plain language, ideally visible to the group. This turns the shared "we did it" into specific footprints and gently catches tasks that were only discussed. For digital tasks, wait for outcome, not animation. Look for the actual change you wanted and say the change out loud. Treat spinners and toasts as theatre, not proof. If you already fell into a "done that" illusion and it cost you, missed medication, lost ticket, unpaid bill, rescue accuracy without self-punishment. Reconstruct the day with external timestamps. Accept the answer even if it stings, and adjust the system rather than attacking your character. For medication, switch to blister packs with dates or a dispenser that locks between times. For bills, set due day rituals that finish with a single unmistakable act. For creative work, keep a parked list that captures half-finished ideas so your mind stops filing an energized plan as a finished piece. One last, sobering note: under pressure, sleep deprivation, or suggestive questioning, ordinary people can come to believe they carried out actions they never did, signing, sending, even harming, because emotion and authority are powerful editors of memory. Protect yourself by keeping contemporaneous notes for high-stakes interactions, by requesting written summaries, and by pausing before you accept someone else's confident story about what you did. Show me where it happened is not hostility, it is hygiene. The closing idea is gentle but firm. Your mind is not a courtroom that guarantees truth. It is a workshop that builds usable stories, and most days that is exactly what you need. But when the story "I did that" has real consequences, give the workshop better materials. Distinct acts, clear tags, witnessed words, outcome checks, so that the story matches the world. Try one tiny fix tonight. Choose a phrase you'll pair with a repeat action. Pick a colored tag. Create a done today space. And let tomorrow's you inherit fewer phantom completions and more quiet certainty that what you remember doing is what you actually did. You trust familiarity over truth, even when it's wrong. You can walk away absolutely certain you sent the message, locked the door, or took your pill and still be wrong. And the uncomfortable lesson tonight is that conviction is not a receipt. There are reliable ways a normal, healthy mind can manufacture the feeling of "I did that" even when nothing happened. And understanding those ways will save you from quiet mistakes that snowball into real trouble. Begin with the most common trap, the intention-action swap. When you plan an act vividly, you recruit many of the same systems used to perform it. Motor imagery primes the fingers, language rehearses the words, attention frames the time, And later, that rehearsal can be misfiled as execution, especially if your day is noisy. This is why I thought about it so easily becomes I did it, and why high repetition tasks are the worst offenders. The memory traces from dozens of identical runs blend together until the latest rehearsal feels like one more completed instance. Add fatigue or stress, and your brain leans even harder on the shortcut, feels familiar, already done. A second pathway to a counterfeit memory of action is the fluency of mental pictures. Imagine pressing send so clearly that you can see the blue bubble leaving, and your mind rates the imagined scene as more likely to be real later. The picture flows smoothly, so the brain interprets that smoothness as evidence. Daydream, films, and dreams feed this same pump. Repeated exposure to a scene where you act can later be mislabeled as a memory of acting, particularly when the scene matches your habits or your role. People who watch themselves in a recording repeatedly can start to remember having reacted in ways the clip never shows, because the self they expect to be is projected onto the blank spots between frames. A third route is source confusion in social settings. You talk through a plan with a teammate. They describe steps in the first person. Everyone nods. And later, your brain has a tidy narrative that includes your own participation, even if you never touch the upload. Repetition in a group setting hardens that narrative. Each retelling smooths the edges until what the group did becomes what you, personally, did. Similarly, in families and tight teams, roles are so stable that on a month when someone else quietly swaps duties, the old role expectation produces a phantom. I must have done it. A fourth route hides in the body's shorthand. Your motor system runs cheap simulations to test actions before you commit. The slight shoulder roll as you think about standing, the hand half lifting when you consider reaching for the light. These tiny starts, especially when combined with a strong goal, can leave behind a bodily echo that memory mistakes for completion. Because the echo is real, the mind writes a sentence to match. Fifth, digital life multiplies false finishes. Drafts autosave, buttons grey out, notifications explode, and your eyes skim a screen that constantly changes state. You click, buy, the spinner appears. Another alert steals attention, and the brain marks the task as closed. The subtlety is that many interfaces are designed to feel done before they are done, which means your internal sense of completion is being trained by animation rather than by outcomes you actually checked. Sixth, there is the over-checking paradox that often hits conscientious people. The more you check whether you did the thing, the less confident you become that you did, because each check creates another nearly identical memory trace to confuse with the act itself. Over time, the brain learns this is an uncertain area, and uncertainty becomes the story you remember. Pilots and surgeons solved a cousin of this problem not by checking harder, but by checking differently, making checks distinct, spoken and witnessed so they stand out in memory. None of this means you're careless. It means reality monitoring. Deciding whether a memory came from the world or from imagination relies on rough signals. How detailed is the memory? How many senses are involved? Is there recorded evidence? Does it cohere with other events? Is it embedded in a time and place? And how much effort did it take? Imagined actions often lack sensory grit and timing, but repeated imagination can add both, especially when the imagined scene is tied to a real context, and so the usual test fails. Even déjà vu tugs on this system. When a layout or rhythm of events matches a pattern your brain already knows, you get a strong "I've done this" feeling without any episode to anchor it. And if you're not cautious, you'll backfill an act into that feeling. The solution is not to distrust yourself into paralysis. It's to build small, reliable proofs and rituals that break the feels done spell. Here is a practical toolkit. Make actions encode themselves. Say and do together, so the act leaves a distinct auditory and tactile trace. Add a unique tag to repeated tasks. Rotate a set of colored rubber bands on your pill bottle and move today's band to your wrist only after swallowing, so the day's act has a physical mark. Separate plan from execution spaces. Write intentions in one place and move only completed items with a timestamp to another. The friction of retyping is not wasted time. It's a memory anchor. Use last joint proofs. Snap a photo of the closed window latch or the stove's off position only after you've touched and named it, then store it in a daily auto-emptied folder. Do not check the folder unless doubt arises. Reduce identicality. Change one trivial feature each time you perform a high-stakes repeat, so episodes don't blur. Design brief closing rituals. After sending an important message, read the last line aloud and place your phone face down on the left of your keyboard. The odd placement becomes a cue that the action really left your hands. For team actions, write a who did what when microlog in plain language, ideally visible to the group. This turns the shared "we did it" into specific footprints and gently catches tasks that were only discussed. For digital tasks, wait for outcome, not animation. Look for the actual change you wanted and say the change out loud. Treat spinners and toasts as theatre, not proof. If you already fell into a done that illusion and it cost you missed medication, lost ticket, unpaid bill, rescue accuracy without self-punishment. Reconstruct the day with external timestamps. Accept the answer even if it stings, and adjust the system rather than attacking your character. For medication, switch to blister packs with dates or a dispenser that locks between times. For bills, set due day rituals that finish with a single unmistakable act. For creative work, keep a parked list that captures half-finished ideas so your mind stops filing an energized plan as a finished piece. One last sobering note: under pressure, sleep deprivation, or suggestive questioning, ordinary people can come to believe they carried out actions they never did. Signing, sending, even harming, because emotion and authority are powerful editors of memory. Protect yourself by keeping contemporaneous notes for high-stakes interactions, by requesting written summaries, and by pausing before you accept someone else's confident story about what you did. Show me where it happened is not hostility, it is hygiene. The closing idea is gentle but firm. Your mind is not a courtroom that guarantees truth. It is a workshop that builds usable stories, and most days that is exactly what you need. But when the story "I did that" has real consequences, give the workshop better materials. Distinct acts, clear tags, witnessed words, outcome checks, so that the story matches the world. Try one tiny fix tonight. Choose a phrase you'll pair with a repeat action. Pick a colored tag. Create a done today space. And let tomorrow's you inherit fewer phantom completions and more quiet certainty that what you remember doing is what you actually did. Your emotions often come before thoughts, not after. Before the sentence forms, the body has already voted. That's the quiet order of operations most days. And if you tune to it, you'll notice that a feeling often rises first, like a color wash. Then the mind rushes in to explain, defend, or redirect. Tonight we'll map that sequence carefully, not to romanticize gut or dismiss thought, but to understand how fast emotional systems preview the world, how slower reasoning layers on top, and how you can work with this timing so reactions help you rather than hijack you. Start with speed. Your sensory stream fans out to multiple routes, and some of those routes relay coarse, survival-relevant features to emotion circuits in a heartbeat, threat shapes, harsh tones, sudden motion, while higher detail processing takes longer. Even in calm situations, tiny muscles in your face can activate before you're fully aware of a mood shift, and micro changes in heart rhythm and skin conductance quietly mark something important a few hundred milliseconds before you could put it into words. You can see the functional point of this design in ordinary life. Your body tenses an instant before the glass hits the floor so you can flinch. You feel a prickle around a stranger who is too close on a late train and only later assemble the reasons. You're swept by warmth at a friend's doorway before any narrative of loyalty or gratitude arrives. The system defaults to emotion. First, not because thought is weak, but because staying alive rewards fast flags that bias attention and readiness while slower, reflective systems catch up. This ordering carries into complex choices in ways that surprise people who think they decide by logic. When researchers gave participants decks of cards with hidden loss patterns, subtle bodily signals began to anticipate which decks were bad, long before the participants could explain why. In everyday decisions, the same thing plays out at smaller scales. Your pulse quickens slightly as you hover over a risky email. Your shoulders settle when a plan fits your values. You feel a quiet pull toward a project you haven't rationalized yet. And if you bulldoze those early cues because they feel unscientific, you often miss information that hasn't reached your verbal systems yet. None of this says emotions are infallible. It says they are summaries, quick, embodied predictions about how this will go for me, built from a lifetime of patterns, cultural learning, and current bodily state. That last part matters. Poor sleep, pain, caffeine spikes, and hunger can tilt the emotional baseline so that neutral inputs wear negative costumes. A dry throat can masquerade as dread. A racing heart from stares can be misread as social panic, and a low blood sugar dip can turn an ordinary email into an insult. This is why simple context fixes sometimes feel like wisdom. Eat and your worldview brightens. Stretch and the problem looks less like a trap. Sleep and your tolerance returns. The emotion. First fact is not a destiny, it's a sensitivity. Change the state, change the preface to your thoughts. If emotion often arrives before thought, what can you do when the early wave is strong, but you still need to steer? First, notice fast. Label fast. Putting a plain name to what you feel tends to reduce the raw intensity and frees up working memory. The trick is granularity. Trade bad for restless envy, sad for homesick, angry for slighted, because specific labels target specific remedies. Second, rate arousal, not just valence. On a simple 0 to 10 scale, mark how activated you are. High arousal states are terrible times for email, negotiation, or irreversible decisions. Set a brief timer, step away, and downshift the body first so the thought that follows is less colored. Third, separate trigger from target. The first thing in front of you isn't always the cause. Write one line. I'm at a 6 to 10, and it started before I opened this message. Or, I dropped from 7 to 3 after the call. So you don't fire your strongest feeling at the nearest human by mistake. Fourth, run a 90-second drill. Strong emotions often have a chemical half-life on the order of a minute or two unless you feed them with more fuel. Set a timer and give the wave full, curious attention without adding narrative. Notice where it lives in the body, which muscle groups it asks to recruit, whether it rises or falls with the breath. When the timer ends, test a tiny action that the calmer version of you would approve. Delay send, ask one clarifying question, drink water, move to natural light. Fifth, use pre-written bridges. When you know a domain that triggers you, prepare a few sentences you can paste that buy time without burning trust. Bridges honor the emotion-first reality while protecting the relationship you'll care about when the wave passes. Sixth, invite the older wisdom of your body on purpose. If an option makes your breath shallow and your shoulders creep, treat that as a data point worth testing. Not a veto, but a flag to gather more evidence. If another option brings a quiet steadiness, ask what in its design or consequence fits your values. The aim isn't to obey or ignore the feeling, it's to integrate it explicitly so thought can use what the body already knows. Seventh, let music and environment work for you rather than on you. Soundtracks, smells, and light shift emotion faster than arguments do. For focused work, choose sensory inputs you've tested as reliably calming or energizing. And for tense conversations, reduce noise and glare. Your early wave will be smoother if the room stops pushing you around. Eighth, practice emotion-forward reflection at day's end. Write 3 lines. What emotion showed up first, most often today, what it usually made you do, and one alternative action you'll test tomorrow when it visits again. This small loop teaches your system that the appearance of a feeling is the start of intelligence, not the end of freedom. There are deeper skills worth learning over weeks rather than minutes. Emotion differentiation is trainable and predicts better choices. Heart-breath coordination exercises can stabilize baseline arousal So your first reaction isn't always a spike. Perspective shifting grafts a cooler narrative onto a hot state without denying it. And values rehearsal, picking 2 or 3 words that describe how you want to behave when you're stirred, gives thought a compass that still works when the water is rough. Let's close gently with 2 cautions and a permission. Caution 1. Because emotions often fire first, people who speak confidently in the heat of them can sound more convinced than people who pause. So do not mistake volume for clarity. Caution 2. Emotion. First does not mean logic never leads. It means logic rides best when you stabilize the horse. And the permission. Sometimes the first wave is right. The room is unsafe. The deal is wrong for you. The apology is not sincere. Honoring that signal while you gather a few confirming facts is adult, not childish. Tonight, test the sequence for yourself with one tiny ritual. Before you answer a difficult message, feel your feet. Name your state with a specific word. Rate your arousal. Take 5 long exhales and write your first sentence as a question rather than a verdict. Watch how the thought that follows is cleaner, how the action costs you less, and how a life lived with emotion. First awareness doesn't drown in feeling. It learns to surf. Most of your decisions are made unconsciously. You picture yourself standing at a crossroads weighing options with calm reason, but look closer at an ordinary hour and you'll see something truer and stranger. The bulk of what becomes your choice begins below the waterline. Fast pattern matching, habits firing, attention tugged by cues you didn't notice, memories and feelings quietly setting thresholds. So by the time your inner voice speaks, much of the steering has already happened. That isn't an insult to your intelligence. It's an efficient design for a busy world. And if you learn how it operates, you can shift more outcomes without pretending to think through every fork. Begin with the scale of hidden micro-decisions that compose any big decision. Before you decide to buy the jacket, you've already decided which rack to approach, which fabric to touch, which tag to flip, which mirror to trust. Each tiny selection guided by comfort with certain textures. Lighting that flatters one color over another, a song that nudges mood, and a store layout that pulls you clockwise. This nesting of small, fast choices is how the brain saves energy. Chunk routine sequences and offload them to automatic control so you can focus on surprises. Yet the same gift lets environment steer you. Consider the default effect. When a form arrives with one box pre-selected, many people choose it by not choosing, because effort is a cost and default signals social approval, or the decoy effect. Present option A and B, then add a worse version of A, and you feel yourself sliding toward the original A without noticing the trick. Your evaluation system compares relative differences locally, rather than assessing value from scratch. Add anchoring. An unrelated number glimpsed moments ago lingers like a gravitational pull on the price you'll accept, and you get a city of tiny, unconscious nudges shaping where your money, time, and attention flow. Outside the store, the same currents run through your calendar and relationships. You pick routes that have rewarded you before, respond faster to names that look like your own, speak more in rooms where the chairs face you, say yes when a request arrives right after a small favor, and no when the first ask is unreasonably large and the second, still large, feels polite by comparison. Social mimicry amplifies it. Cross your arms and many people will cross theirs within a minute. Feel the room lean one way and your next sentence obeys. Meanwhile, your habit machinery, built deep to stitch cues to routines, fires at the sight of the kettle, the ping of a notification, the posture of late night, and you decide to pour, to check, to scroll as if voting, when in practice, you've signed dozens of tiny contracts long before the moment. None of this makes you a puppet. It means your conscious self is more editor-in-chief than beat reporter. You approve budgets, set policies, and step in on edge cases, while a talented staff runs the desk. So how do you shift outcomes without trying to deliberate about everything? First, redesign your inputs because attention is the gateway for unconscious choice. What is easy to see, reach, or start will win more often than what is objectively better. Put the guitar on a stand in the path to your desk. Park the running shoes by the door facing out. Hide the app that steals mornings on the fourth screen inside a folder labeled Later. Move sweets to an opaque bin and fruit to eye level. You are not being strong. You're moving a lever your system actually listens to. Second, install good defaults where you want consistent behavior. Automatic transfers the day after payday. Standing calendar blocks for deep work. Grocery subscriptions for staples. Recurring bedtime alarms. So the path of least resistance starts doing favors for your future self. Defaults are not rigid rules. They are rails your automatic controller prefers. Third, neutralize common choice illusions with simple field tests. If you suspect a decoy is shaping you, remove the middle option and decide between two. If you smell an anchor, generate your own by writing a fair range before seeing prices. If position bias might be at play, shuffle the order blind and make a first pass without labels. These moves reclaim decisions your nervous system would otherwise make on autopilot. Fourth, replace vague intentions with triggered plans that speak the brain's language. If it's 8:30 and I'm at the table, I open the draft and type 3 sentences before touching messages. If I feel the tug to buy after 10 p.m., I put it in a 24-hour folder and revisit once. Specific if-then rules pre-bind cues to small actions, so the unconscious machinery executes the plan without fresh willpower each time. Fifth, create friction where you want fewer automatic yeses and glide where you want more. Delete saved cards from impulse sites. Add a 15-second delay on send for email. Make the snacks live on a high shelf, but make the book you intend to finish open with a ribbon where you stopped. Friction works because many decisions die when they require 2 extra taps. Sixth, use batching and caps to prevent unconscious drift. A daily window for replies, a number cap for meetings, a spending cap you must manually raise with a note that explains why. These are not shackles. They're policies your editor-in-chief can revise, but by existing, they prevent the staff from overcommitting you in small, silent increments. Seventh, add audits that reveal invisible steering. Keep a 1-week micro-choice ledger where you log only the first step that led to 10 minutes lost, then change the first step, not the 10th. You'll discover that most of your so-called discipline battles are foyer problems. What's by the door determines the night. Eighth, leverage social templates consciously rather than being drafted by them. Decide in advance what your yes requires. Write a polite default no you can paste without guilt, and pick 2 people whose opinions you'll weight for big decisions. Remove the crowd's anonymous sway and choose your influencers on purpose. Ninth, when the stakes are high, slow the funnel with a brief cooling period and a fresh vantage point. Sleep, a walk, daylight. Because time lets unconscious appraisals settle and fresh sensory context cuts stale cues. Aim to decide in a different room than where desire grew. Finally, accept that you cannot and need not drag every choice into the spotlight. The goal is to spend conscious effort where it buys real leverage and let the upgraded automatic system carry you the rest of the way. Tonight, try a quick experiment. Pick 1 routine you want more of and lay 2 rails for it. And pick 1 routine you want less of and add a single speed bump. Then watch the week unfold. No drama, fewer negotiations, more good decisions that seem to happen by themselves. Because the quiet truth is not that you lack will, it's that will works best as an architect, not a bricklayer. And when you shape what your unconscious sees and expects, most of your decisions are made unconsciously, stops sounding like a threat, and starts feeling like a power you finally know how to direct. People can feel physical pain from emotional rejection. Your chest tightens, your stomach drops, your skin feels oddly raw, and no one touched you. And that is our starting point. Emotional rejection can register as physical pain because the organism you live in treats social loss as a survival threat, recruiting some of the very same alarm and regulation systems it uses for injury. So tonight we'll walk that path carefully. Why exclusion aches in the body, how the signal spreads through attention and memory, which levers actually dial it down, and how to leave the experience wiser rather than smaller. Consider the biology first. Simply, mammals stay alive by staying together. Warmth, food, shelter, protection. So your brain treats social disconnection like a wound in progress. Fast warning circuits flare, heart and breath shift, muscles brace, and regions that monitor "something is wrong with me" light up, producing a felt pressure in the chest or a hollow ache in the belly. The ache is not metaphor. It's an embodied message that your connection budget is in the red and needs repair. In experiments that simulate exclusion, a simple ball toss game where other players stop including you, people report rising hurt feelings, and alongside those reports, the body's readiness systems climb. Skin conductance ticks up, microtensions gather in the jaw and chest, and the mind's spotlight narrows onto the social threat. This narrowing is useful in the wild, but in modern life it can trap you in loops. You replay the message, reread the silence, read neutral cues as hostile, and the ache grows because attention is pouring fuel on the signal. There's a second layer that deepens the pain, the meaning you attach to the event. If a date cancels, an email goes unanswered, or a partner goes quiet, the organism first logs connection interrupted, but the storyteller adds, "There's something wrong with me. This always happens. I'm unlovable." And those global interpretations widen the hurt from a localized bruise to a body-wide fever. The chemistry follows the story. Stress hormones linger, sleep fragments, appetite bends, and now the physical sensitivity dial is turned up across the board. Sounds feel harsher. Temperature swings sting, minor aches shout. None of this makes you dramatic. It makes you human. Your pain system is also an attachment system, and the same soothing chemistry that softens physical hurt quiets rejection's burn. This overlap is why warm presence helps more than clever arguments, why a kind voice can ease the chest faster than self-lectures, and why loneliness can make everyday bumps feel sharper. The good news is that because the signal is embodied, you have grounded ways to lower it that do not require you to win the other person back or to solve your entire relational history in a night. Start with bodily triage for an overfiring alarm. Move, don't stew. 10 minutes of steady walking loosens the clamp across the sternum and drains excess adrenaline. Breathe low and slow with a longer exhale than inhale for 2 minutes to invite the parasympathetic break. Add simple warmth, wrap in a blanket, hold a mug, take a shower. Because warm receptors talk directly to the comfort systems your social brain expects. And if tears come, let them. Crying is not weakness, but a reset that shifts the chemistry of stress and invites care. As the body drops a notch, the story gets easier to handle. Next, use name and aim for the feeling. Put a precise label on it. Abandoned, embarrassed, left out, betrayed, unseen, not just sad or angry. Fine-grained labels reduce the raw voltage and point to different remedies. Then write a 2-line event versus meaning split. Event. They didn't reply by noon, meaning I added "I don't matter." Once it's on paper, test softer, local explanations that fit the facts without condemning you. You are not excusing harm. You are disarming global self-attack that keeps the pain switch on. Third, touch reality with small proofs instead of letting memory cherry-pick every prior exclusion. Open a notebook and list 3 people or places where you were welcomed this month. However small, then bookend the hurt with one reachable connection today. A voice note to a cousin, a walk with a colleague, an online group where you regularly contribute. Because the pain system calms when connection is active now, not when you've solved every relationship forever. Fourth, build a tiny rejection first aid kit for next time. A short playlist that reliably lowers arousal. A 2-sentence self-brief you can read aloud. One pre-written boundary message. And a simple body routine that you can start without deciding. Kits matter because rejection shrinks your planning bandwidth. Having rituals reduces the need for fresh willpower when you're wobbly. Fifth, beware 2 common traps that deepen the ache. Doom scrolling the absence and testing behaviors. Doom scrolling is rereading their page. Your message, the timestamps. Every cycle reteaches your nervous system that you are alone. Set a literal timer. Do one deliberate scan for information you truly need. Then place the device out of reach and switch to a body task. Testing behaviors are little provocations to force a response. They offer a momentary spike of power, then a crash of shame. Replace them with clarity bids that respect both sides. When messages go quiet, I read it as disinterest. If you want to continue, can we set an expectation for response times? If the answer is no, or silence continues, the clarity itself is merciful, because your pain system can stop waiting in the doorway. Sixth, learn gentle exposure to rejection so it stops equaling catastrophe. Try 1 week of small, safe asks with low stakes. Request a discount you can live without. Invite a busy friend for a short call. Apply to something with a low acceptance rate. And pair each no with a soothing act on purpose. Your nervous system learns that no plus care equals manageable, which reduces the body's tendency to treat every social wobble like a threat to survival. Seventh, leverage co-regulation instead of solitary heroics. Warm, non-demanding touch from someone you trust, synchronized activity, and listening without fixing lower the body's alarm faster than self-talk alone. If no one is available, borrow cues. Read an old message from someone who likes you. Watch a video of a favorite teacher speaking calmly. Play recordings of natural scenes. Your attachment system responds to safe signals even when they are mediated. This is not pretending. It's using the channels your biology already trusts. Eighth, add meaning repair when the storm passes. Reflect on what was threatened, what boundary you might set next time, and what expectation you'll change. Write 1 sentence about the kind of connection you want more of, and 1 micro-behavior you'll practice this week that points you there. Repair means updating the map, not hardening the heart. Finally, a soft caution and a promise. Caution: if exclusion and heartbreak are chronic, if sleep and appetite tank for weeks, or if thoughts about not wanting to be here arrive, that is not a test of toughness. It's time to widen the circle to a clinician who understands the body side of mood and loss. The same overlap that makes rejection hurt also means skillful care, therapy, group support, sometimes medication, can lighten the load in both mind and body. The promise: this ache is not evidence that something is wrong with you. It is evidence that something right in you is working. The part that knows connection matters is sounding an alarm. Learn to answer it with movement, warmth, precise words, and better boundaries. And you won't just blunt the pain. You'll turn it into information that guides you toward relationships, where your nervous system finally feels what it's been asking for all along. Safe, seen, and settled. You can't multitask. Your brain fakes it. You feel busy and call it multitasking. But if you slow the moment to watch how your mind actually moves, you'll see a different machine at work. Not a chorus singing 2 melodies at once, but a lone spotlight snapping from one singer to another so quickly that the jumps blur, leaving you with the illusion of parallel performance while your accuracy slips and your time evaporates. Tonight, we'll map that switchboard honestly, show where the costs hide, and build a way of working that's faster precisely because it does less at once. Start with the bottleneck you carry in your head. You have limited space to keep a goal warm, while you transform inputs into outputs, compose a sentence, compute a date, weigh a risk, and whenever 2 tasks both need that same space, they queue. The queue can be short, but every queue adds up, and more importantly, each switch forces the brain to reconfigure the rules it was using. Which cues matter, where to look, what to ignore, what done means. That reconfiguration is the hidden tax, measurable delays known as switch costs and resumption lags. So the tab you thought would take just a second quietly steals minutes across a morning, and the errors you fix in the afternoon are often the ghosts of those micro-interruptions. You can test the tax in your kitchen. Try reading a recipe while answering a friend's novel question. You'll notice you reread the same line, then forget whether you added salt. Or in your browser, draft an unfamiliar email while a live stream plays with lyrics. Your typing rhythm breaks in time with the vocals, or with a stopwatch. Count backward by 7s while sorting receipts. Both tasks stall because they draw from the same pool of attention and working memory, and the spotlight cannot illuminate both piles at once. There are narrow exceptions that feel like true multitasking, but aren't what you think. You compare something automated with something demanding, because one job is running on well-trained circuits that need little supervision. You can also combine tasks when they draw on dissimilar channels, and one is simple, but complexity collapses this trick quickly. What makes fake multitasking seductive is that switches can feel good. Novelty gives a small reward. The easy task promises quick progress, and the brain mistakes the ease of beginning for the value of finishing. After 10 jumps, you feel busy and underfulfilled at once, and the day slips by in a cloud of partial starts. The more similar two tasks are, the worse the conflict becomes because they interfere with each other's rules. Editing two documents in different styles produces cross-contamination of tone. Answering chat while writing clean code injects chatty fragments into variable names. Even small toggles like reading dark UI text and then a bright spreadsheet flare your eyes and slow the first few seconds of work as vision readjusts. And it's not just momentary. Each switch leaves attention residue, leftover thoughts from the last task that echo for minutes. So when you return to the big thing, a slice of your focus is still replaying the little thing, and your first paragraph stumbles under a half-heard notification you didn't even open. The fix is not to become an ascetic monk who never looks sideways. It's to design your day so the spotlight moves deliberately, not frantically, and to reduce the number of times your brain must reload the world. Start with mode batching. Group work by cognitive mode, not by app or inbox. Separate inventing, deciding, and polishing. These modes use different settings of attention, and staying in one for a block cuts reconfiguration time. Name the block out loud and close everything that belongs to other modes. Next, shrink the blast radius of interruptions. Turn off badges and pop-ups that yank your eyes. Set your phone to deliver messages on a schedule rather than instantly. And move chatter apps to a different device, or at least a different desktop. If the rest of your world won't wait, install a predictable reply window and tell people most urgent pings calm down when the next check-in is reliable. Then protect the thread of the task you care about with external memory. Before you glance away, write a last line plus next line on a sticky or in the doc. One sentence of where you are and one tiny next action. When you return, you don't need to reconstruct the map. Your note hands the baton back with no fumbling. Use time fences that respect how the brain sprints. Try 25,000 50-minute focus windows with a short, deliberate break. Stand, drink water, eyes to distance. Then either continue the same task or switch modes intentionally. The key is that breaks are not new tasks. They're maintenance. Treating a break as a quick scroll converts it into another job for the spotlight and defeats the recovery. Build single-purpose spaces. If you can, dedicate one browser profile to research with only the tabs you need, another to correspondence, a third to dashboards. Label them with verbs so your brain ties context to goal. Even physical cues help. One notebook per project, one pen color per stage, because the eyes prime the spotlight. When you do have to split your attention, for caretaking support roles, live ops, use structured interleaving rather than reflexive toggling. Decide on a small set of acceptable interruptions, batch the rest, and keep a running park list where you dump thoughts that arrive mid-task so you don't have to hold them in your head. The list reassures your system that nothing will be lost, which reduces the urge to jump. For teams, agree on quiet protocols, meeting-free mornings twice a week, shared focus hours, or a status that means we'll reply at the half hour. Add decision windows to recurring meetings, so choices happen when minds are aligned rather than fractured across constant back and forth. Make one screen at a time the default in group work sessions. If you're editing the same doc, close side chats and comment inside the text. You'll finish earlier and with fewer crossed wires. Train your nervous system to like finishing by using visible completions. Checkboxes that are granular instead of vague feed your reward system honestly. Celebrate the state change when something leaves your plate. Archive it. Move it to a done column. Your brain learns that depth, not hopping, delivers the good chemical. For home life, set shared norms around devices. Phones face down during meals, a basket near the door where screens sleep during certain hours, a one voice at a time rule in conversation. These are not nostalgia plays. They're ways of keeping spotlights from colliding and splitting relationships into fragments. To feel the difference in your own hands, run 2 micro-experiments this week. First, pick a task that matters and give it a 40-minute monotask sprint. No secondary audio, no background tabs. Start with a 2-line plan, end with a 2-line summary. Notice the clean arc in your head and the absence of residue. Second, take a task you usually do while doing something else and split them. Do the call with notes and then the messages, or the stream, and then the articles, and measure real time to done plus errors. You'll likely discover that doing 2 things separately takes less total time and leaves you with more usable work. The closing thought is simple and forgiving. Your brain isn't lazy for refusing to juggle. It's wise. It evolved a single movable spotlight so you could survive in a world where the next sound might be the one that matters, and pretending you can run 3 spotlights at once only burns the bulb. Live with the truth it offers. Move the light on purpose. Give it 1 stage at a time, and build a life that rewards depth. And you'll find that the days feel less frantic. The work gets cleaner, and the rare moments when you must split attention are handled with the respect a single spotlight deserves. You perceive faces and meaning in random patterns. A smudge on a window tilts just so, 2 dots and a line appear, and before you can stop it, a face looks back. That's where we'll begin. Your brain is built to carve signal out of noise, and one of its fastest carvings is someone is here, so often that you'll perceive faces and meanings in random patterns, not because you're gullible, but because the machinery that kept your ancestors alive would rather cry wolf 100 times than miss one real wolf. In newborns, this bias shows up within hours. Eyes linger longer on 3 dark blobs arranged like eyes and a mouth than on the same blobs scrambled. And in adults, it never really goes away, because specialized systems in your visual cortex are tuned to low detail, face-like arrangements long before details are sharp, which is why you spot a grinning house in a pair of windows and a mail slot, a worried car in headlights and a grill, a watchful moon in shadows, and why minimalist moony images, just patches of light and dark, can flip from meaningless to unmistakably human as soon as your brain settles on a configuration. Those circuits don't wait for certainty, they vote early, and once they've guessed face, other networks rush in with social meaning. Gaze direction, emotion, intent, so a stain seems stern, a knot in wood seems amused, a toaster seems sleepy, and in that moment, you're not pretending. You're experiencing an actual percept that feels as immediate as a real expression, because the top-down story is strong enough to nudge the early stages of vision. The same bias spills into hearing and symbols, stream noise through speakers, and, with a little suggestion, you'll hear a phrase hiding in the hiss, play a familiar song backward, and, if someone gives you a lyric to expect, the gibberish snaps into words. Stare at a ceiling's texture long enough and animals appear. Connect random stars and a hunter or a plow rides the sky. Scan stock charts and neat shoulders and flags. Promise direction where there may be nothing but drift. This is pareidolia for faces and apophenia for meaning more broadly. The mind's love of patterns playing in a world that serves us a lot of randomness. Why are we so ready to overread? Because in a noisy, delayed sensory system, a powerful prior helps. Human faces are the most important objects you meet. Food, threat, kin, comfort. So your brain carries a standing order to detect them quickly at low resolution. Evolution favors systems that make cheap false alarms over costly misses, and culture reinforces the habit by naming and sharing the patterns we like. Constellations, emojis, icons, until the slightest hint cues a full perception. Fatigue and stress tilt you further toward pattern completion, as does expectation primed by words, images, or mood. Even your personality and current chemistry nudge the threshold. On alert days, you'll see watchers in shadows. On lonely days, you'll find companions in objects. And after watching a horror film, You'll briefly over-detect intent in every floorboard creak. None of this means you should distrust your eyes and ears entirely. It means you should learn when to be cautious and how to test your own impressions. When accuracy matters, because the same gift that lets you recognize a friend in a crowd from a few pixels can also make you recognize false positives in diagnostics, see trends in random data, or attribute malice to neutral designs. Try a few field checks the next time a face leaps from a wall or a message seems hidden in static. Transform the input. Rotate the image 90 or 180 degrees, flip it horizontally, blur it, or view it at very different sizes. Real faces and real structure survive such changes while many illusions collapse. Change the channel. Inspect the pattern in grayscale if it's colorful, or with color if it's monochrome. Genuine boundaries persist across channels, whereas lighting tricks and stains often don't. Mask the context. Crop the image so that only the suspected features remain. If the eyes and mouth stop looking like a face when the house edges vanish, you were leaning on background cues. Do the reverse too. Hide the features and see if the surrounding shapes still suggest a head. Ask for blind opinions. Show the pattern to a friend without leading language and record what they see before swapping notes. If they don't say face first, your interpretation might be story first. Check base rates. If you're hunting faces in clouds or meaning in charts, ask how many times you looked before you found a hit. A pattern that requires hours of searching across hundreds of samples may be less meaningful than it feels in the moment. Test against negatives. If a method finds faces everywhere, pebbles, toast, carpet, it's an enthusiastic face detector, not a truth detector. Tune the threshold until the false alarms drop, then see if your special find still appears. For audio, run a simple guardrail. Listen once without a transcript. Write what you hear, then listen again after reading the suggested message. If your second pass suddenly matches the script, you've experienced suggestion shaping perception. Repeat later when your state has changed and see if the words survive. In data, resist drawing shapes around outcomes after seeing them. The Texas sharpshooter who shoots a barn and paints the bullseye afterward always hits. Instead, write a prediction in plain language first, then check. Split your data and test the pattern on a fresh slice that the first search never touched. Patterns that generalize are rarer than patterns that feel great inside one hand-picked window. In design and daily judgment, expect faces and meanings to appear where they're not. Outlets that stare, cars that smile, furniture that slumps, and enjoy the charm without letting it steer choices that need evidence. A soft sticker of tape over a mouth on a machine can stop you from attributing personality to an interface that needs a bug fix, not a pep talk. There's a psychological upside to all this that deserves protection. The same bias that over-detects faces also supercharges creativity. You see relationships where others see noise, metaphors where others see lists. So the aim isn't to kill the impulse, but to tag it correctly and to move between modes on purpose. When hunting for ideas, invite pareidolia, stare at textures, listen to city hums, let shapes suggest stories. When checking claims, do the opposite. Strip cues, transform the input, get a blind second mind. If you're recovering from a season of overreading, finding slights in emails, omens in traffic, conspiracies in coincidences, reset the system gently. Sleep enough to raise your threshold for false alarms. Reduce stimulants that make noise feel signal-like. Spend time in broad daylight and nature where patterns are rich but benign, and keep one very small notebook page titled Pattern Diary, in which you jot what you thought you saw and the test you ran. Over a week, watch how many sweet illusions dissolve when you rotate, crop, or ask a friend. The point isn't to mock yourself. It's to train pleasure around accuracy without losing the delight of a playful mind. And here is the soft close. It is human to meet the world with a readiness to find faces and meanings. Because being social and imaginative has kept us alive and made life worth living. Keep the gift and add a few simple habits that let you tell when the smile in the window is paint and shadow and when it's a neighbor waving back. so you can enjoy the companions. Your mind conjures without letting them decide for you what is true. The voice in your head isn't universal. Some don't have it. You've probably assumed that everyone thinks the way you do, that the quiet narrator that reads your sentences, rehearses your side of tomorrow's conversation, and whispers reminders is a standard feature of minds. But the first surprise is this: inner speech is not universal, and even among people who have it, it varies wildly in vividness, frequency, and form, which means the person beside you might think in images, movements, or wordless shapes while you're busy listening to an invisible voice. Let's map this gently and clearly so you can understand your own mind better and stop misjudging others. What many call a voice in the head is a kind of mental simulation that borrows machinery from hearing and language. When you silently read or rehearse a phrase, your brain reuses the circuits that normally pass sound and plan speech, producing a faint echo of hearing without any air moving. In some people, it's conversational and lively, full sentences with tone and rhythm, sometimes even with multiple characters in dialogue. In others, it's more like compressed labels, quick tags such as keys, door, bus, or a sketch of meaning with almost no phonetic feel, like seeing ideas flash as icons. And for a surprising number, there is little to no inner voice at all. Their thinking runs on imagery, spatial layouts, tactile feelings, or an intuitive sense of fit that doesn't arrive as words. None of these styles is a defect. They are different routes through the same landscape of problem solving. People with abundant inner speech often find it easy to narrate experience, to plan step by step, to catch errors by hearing a wrong word. They may excel at tasks that benefit from verbal rehearsal, learning lines, debating, following recipes exactly, because language itself is their planning workspace. People with sparse or absent inner voice often report a talent for holistic judgments, rapid pattern grasp, and visual or kinesthetic solutions. They might rotate an object in a quiet mind's hand, build a map of options instead of a sentence list, or feel whether a line of code or a design decision clicks long before they could explain why. There are trade-offs. Heavy inner speech can become rumination when stress turns the narrator into a critic. A quiet mind can feel less cluttered, but may struggle to translate rich, non-verbal understanding into public language quickly, especially under pressure. Development and context shape these styles. Children soaked in out-loud storytelling and self-talk often grow a robust inner voice they later internalize. Musicians, athletes, and makers who train action and perception together often build strong non-verbal channels. Bilingual experience can multiply the voices or compress them into a neutral stream depending on which language feels most at home. Fatigue, mood, and task demands shift the dial daily. Your mind is not a fixed radio, but a board of sliders. If you're curious where you sit, try a few quiet experiments over the next day. Read a paragraph and notice whether you hear it with accent and pace, or merely register meaning. Count to 30 without words, and see if your mind swaps to beats or shapes. Picture a familiar route and check whether you see landmarks, feel turns in your shoulders, or recite street names. Attempt to memorize a short list while softly mouthing a nonsense syllable under your breath. If memory collapses, you rely heavily on verbal rehearsal. If not, you may lean on images or spatial grouping. None of these tests ranks you, they just reveal which tools you habitually grab. The practical question is how to work better with the mind you actually have. If your inner speech is strong, treat it as a precision instrument. Use deliberate scripts to steer tense conversations. Rehearse key phrases until they feel steady. And summarize complex reading in your own words to lock it in. But also install safety rails, time-limited worry windows for looping thoughts, a practice of labeling to keep identification from turning into domination, and brief periods of wordless activity, walks, music without lyrics, drawing, to remind your system that silence is an option. If your inner speech is faint, stop assuming you're doing thinking wrong. Build visual and tactile supports that fit your style. Sketch structures instead of paragraphs when outlining. Lay sticky notes on a table and physically drag them into flows. Use color bands or icons as anchors. And when you must present verbally, translate early. Speak drafts into a recorder while you move or gesture, so language grows out of action rather than fighting it. Also, keep a small lexicon of phrases that reliably unwrap your nonverbal sense into shareable steps. For mixed teams, make cognitive style part of the logistics rather than a hidden friction. Let one person whiteboard while another narrates. Rotate who writes summaries versus who draws diagrams. Share artifacts that carry both words and layouts. And agree that "I need a sketch" or "give me a sentence" are not personality quirks, but legitimate requests for the format that turns on each brain. If you'd like to widen your range, gentle cross-training helps. Readers with dominant inner speech can try interval reading. Alternate a page aloud with a page in pure skim and mark mode. Then rebuild the meaning from highlights. So, comprehension doesn't depend entirely on subvocal voice. Visual thinkers can practice short, structured narrations. 2-minute spoken explanations of a diagram to an imaginary beginner, so the path from image to language becomes smoother under low stakes. Both camps benefit from externalizing, getting thought out of the head early into marks, models, or short notes, because once outside, ideas are easier to refine together. A small caution: don't pathologize yourself with new jargon. Having few inner words is not a disorder. Having many is not superiority. What matters is flexibility. Can you switch tools when the problem changes? Can you translate for others? Can you prevent your strength from becoming your trap? The closing invitation is simple and kind. Tonight, listen in for a minute. Not to judge, but to learn which gate opens for you. Sound, sight, motion, or a felt sense that doesn't need a mouth, and then pick tomorrow's task and set it up to suit that gate. If it's a memo and your voice is loud, dictate the first draft walking. If it's a design and images lead you, collage before you name. If it's a decision and neither words nor pictures arrive, sit with the body and check where ease and unease live. Then translate the signal into one sentence others can use. You will notice that working with your native channel doesn't make you narrower. It makes you more precise. And as you learn to cross the bridges among channels, you'll keep the gentle truth close. Minds are plural in how they speak. And your job is not to force yours into someone else's shape, but to understand its language well enough to think clearly, share honestly, and switch styles when kindness or accuracy asks you to. You're a different person in every context. You may swear you're one continuous you, but watch yourself move through a single day and a more honest picture appears. The version that jokes easily at breakfast, the crisp colleague in a meeting, the careful listener with a friend in trouble, the quiet stranger on a crowded train, same body, same history, different personae pulled forward by the room, the people, the rules, and the goals around you. And tonight we'll learn why that happens, how it can help or harm, and how to choose your context so they call up the self you actually want. Start with the basic engine. Humans are exquisitely social learners, and your brain keeps a library of scripts. If this place, with these people, aiming for this outcome, then behave like so, and it retrieves the matching script faster than you can narrate what you're doing. Cues as small as lighting, furniture arrangement, and who speaks first prime a role. A round table tempts equal turns. A podium invites a lecture. A couch signals intimacy. A lab bench calls for caution. Add status signals, badges, titles, seating to the mix, and your tone adapts without conscious vote, softening upward, firmer downward, warmer sideways. Language follows suit. Many of us speak a different register on the phone than face-to-face, and bilinguals often shift tempo and gesture with the language they're using, a form of code switching that isn't fake. It's skilled alignment with the audience and goal. Your nervous system also mirrors, subtly matching posture, pace, and word choices to people you like or want to understand, which builds rapport, but can pull you into selves you didn't intend if the room's values are off. Meanwhile, identity labels act like lenses. Introduce yourself as the analyst, and you scan for risk. Walk in as the builder, and you scan for leverage. Step up as host, and you scan for comfort. Each label tunes attention and memory, altering what you notice and how you act. Context can even change what feels easy or hard. In a team that laughs at drafts and rewards iteration, risk-taking costs less. In a group that criticizes first passes, caution wins. In a family that equates quiet with respect, the bold sibling becomes careful at the door. In a studio that equates quiet with absence, the same person becomes loud to be visible. None of this means you're inauthentic. It means identity is an adaptive system that negotiates with the situation to get needs met. But there are costs to unexamined shape-shifting. You can spend so long pleasing rooms that you forget which values you actually hold. You can become unreadable to yourself, wondering why you promise energy you don't have or agree to projects that drain you. You can let one context bleed into another, bringing the hard-edged warrior from a crisis into a tender conversation at home, or the self-effacing junior from a past job into a role where your team now needs your lead. The good news is that context is a lever you can pull with surprising ease when you know where it hides. Start with a context audit. Across a week, note 3 things in each setting. Who has informal power? What behavior gets praised quickly? And what topics are not for here? Patterns will pop, and with patterns come choices. Next, define your non-negotiables, 3 words that describe how you want to show up across rooms. Because flexibility without a backbone turns to fog, keep those words visible at thresholds where you shift roles, so the new room calls up a new version of you that still stands on the same floor. Then write role charters for your main contexts, 1 page each that answers 4 prompts. What this role is for, what I do when under pressure, how I ask for help, and what done looks like here, and share them with people who work with you in those rooms. Charters sound formal, but they reduce friction and prevent rooms from turning you into shapes you never agreed to. Add transition rituals that reset you between contexts. A 2-minute decompression walk after work before stepping inside. A change of clothing piece that marks from manager to partner. A single breath at the meeting door where you silently name your noun for the next hour. Physical cues bring the right script online and stop emotional residue from the last scene from running the next. Use scene design to invite the self you want. If you need to be a collaborator, sit shoulder to shoulder in front of the same screen instead of across a table. If you need to be a decision maker, stand and review only the options, not the history. If you need to be creative, swap overhead glare for a lamp, push the chairs into a looser circle, and put materials within reach. Rooms teach behavior. Try enclothed cognition deliberately. Certain clothes cue mental sets because your culture has trained you to link garments with roles. You needn't wear costumes, but a small wardrobe signal, a particular watch for deep work, a soft sweater for difficult conversations can nudge your stance without a pep talk. Learn audience tuning without self-erasure. Tailor depth and pace to who's listening while keeping your bottom line the same. This is the choice I recommend, and here's the shortest route to why. So adaptation serves clarity rather than hiding it. Protect against context. Capture by writing boundary scripts in advance for rooms that reliably push you off your values. Practice lines let you hold shape when the room's current pulls hard. Cultivate context allies. One person in each setting who understands your charter and will mirror it back when you drift. Allies keep you accountable without performance. Build entry questions for new rooms. Who gets heard here and why? What is rewarded fast? What does this group fear looking like? So you can choose how much to mirror and where to plant your own norm. Sometimes the kindest act is to bring a different climate with you. If you lead, set explicit frames so your team's selves don't get trapped. Declare what the hour is for, name the norm, and rotate roles so identity doesn't harden around a chair. Leaders don't just pick goals, they pick contexts that bring out better versions of people. For families, install threshold customs that signal, we're in a different room now. A device basket at dinner, a 1-minute, what was good, what was hard, check-in, or a shared walk before heavy topics. Customs are small architecture for self. When contexts are misaligned with your health, rooms that demand brightness you don't have, or silence when you need voice, adjust the room or leave it. Grit gets too much credit where design would do. A gentle caution. Don't turn flexibility into a mask that exhausts you. If you notice a role that always needs you to shrink or show traits you cannot respect, update the charter or exit. And don't mistake the relief of familiarity for integrity. If a context makes you feel like yourself, because it never asks you to grow, that may be comfort, not truth. The closing invitation is simple. Treat your days like a sequence of stages you can dress, light, and enter with intention. Choose 3 contexts you'll face tomorrow. Write the noun you want to be in each. Prepare 1 small prop or room change that suits it, and decide 1 boundary sentence you'll use if the room tries to rewrite you. Then move through the scenes, noticing how the right environment calls up the right self with almost no willpower. You'll feel something subtle and strong, coherence without rigidity, variety without self-loss. And you'll carry a steadier sense that while you are many in practice, the versions are related by design, not accident. False confidence feels the same as real confidence to the brain. You know the warm lift in your chest when an answer clicks and the world seems briefly simple. That glow is what we call confidence. And here's the disturbing starting point. Your body generates the same internal "this is right" signal whether you're correct or badly mistaken, because the feeling is produced by fluency and coherence in your mind, not by the world signing off on your judgment. Tonight, we'll unpack how that feeling gets manufactured, why it so often outpaces truth, and how you can keep the comfort of conviction while upgrading your accuracy. First, understand the ingredients of the glow. When information flows easily, because you've seen it before, because the story fits a familiar template, because the words rhyme or the graph is clean, your system reduces effort and rewards you with a sense of obviousness. That ease is interpreted as reliability, even when it's just good packaging. Speed adds fuel. Answers that surface quickly feel more correct than answers that take a while. So you intuitively equate fast with true. Coherence seals the deal. If your explanation has no visible gaps, your attention stops searching, and the body relaxes in agreement, though the gaps might simply be hidden, not absent. Social context then amplifies the signal. Nods, likes, aligned faces in a room, all of it provides feedback that your stance is safe, which your nervous system reads as on the right track. The chemistry is basic and real. Arousal aligns, breath steadies, a quiet reward circuit hums. None of these sensations contains information about reality, only about your internal processing. That's why false confidence is so common in domains where you can feel fluency without touching outcomes. Explaining complex systems after seeing one catchy infographic. Judging character from a handful of polished posts. Declaring cause after watching 2 lines rise together on a chart. The mind is particularly vulnerable when the topic is familiar enough to feel graspable, but intricate enough to hide traps. You feel you get how a zipper works until you have to draw it. You feel you know why the market moved until you try to predict tomorrow. This is the illusion of understanding generated by smooth narratives. And volume is a liar too. Speaking loudly, writing crisply, or seeing your own claim repeated can strengthen the inner certainty loop because your senses mistake repeated exposure for evidence. On the flip side, true uncertainty often feels like failure. The mind working hard, the breath a little shallow, the spotlight searching, and you mistake that bodily friction for proof that you're wrong. In reality, it can be the signature of careful thinking in a messy space. So the aim is not to kill confidence, it's to calibrate it. To make the felt intensity of "I'm right" track the actual probability that you're right. Start with a simple daily practice. Externalize predictions before outcomes arrive. When you have a belief about something that will soon resolve, delivery times, a teammate's response, how long a task will take, write a 1-line forecast with a specific chance. Later, grade yourself honestly. Did the 70% events happen about 7 out of 10 times? If not, your confidence needs tightening. You don't need fancy tools. A pocket notebook or notes app works. Second, build micro safety checks that slow the internal cheer squad without killing momentum. Ask, what would I need to see to change my mind? and write a concrete answer before you act. Declare a stop rule and put it on a calendar so future you remembers to reconsider instead of rationalize. Third, separate feeling fluent from having proof by collecting one disconfirming detail on purpose. A counterexample, arrange from an independent source or a skeptic's best argument. You are not hunting for paralysis. You're inoculating yourself against the first glossy story. Fourth, treat numbers as ranges, not single points. Saying between 3 and 5 days to yourself keeps your nervous system open to variability and reduces the shame that often drives post hoc justifications when reality lands at 6. Fifth, rephrase certainty in testable language. Swap. I'm sure the bug is in the API for my leading hypothesis is the API. I'll test cache next if wrong. This small shift protects your identity if you're mistaken, lowering the social cost of updating and making updates likelier. Sixth, install red team minutes in decisions that matter, 3 to 5 minutes where you or a trusted ally argues the opposite case while you only ask clarifying questions. This trims overconfidence faster than an hour of solo rumination, because it introduces new angles your inner narrator wasn't generating. Seventh, watch for false field triggers, rhymes, repeated slogans, clean graphics without source notes, big round numbers, and claims that perfectly flatter your tribe. Tag them mentally, fluency cue, not evidence, and move on to check one concrete link to reality. Eighth, change your feedback diet so you touch genuine outcomes. If you publish, track not just clicks, but completion rates and downstream behavior. If you teach, ask students to solve fresh problems rather than echo your phrasing. If you lead, measure decisions by what changed 3 weeks later, not by how confident the room felt as you spoke. Ninth, practice small, frequent updates. When a new fact arrives that nicks your position, say out loud, updating a little, I'm less confident, and adjust your range. The act itself rewires pride so that accuracy, not stubbornness, earns the internal reward. 10th, create a confidence ledger for one domain you care about this month. Write the claim, your confidence percent, the evidence you had, the outcome, and a brief post-mortem on mismatches. Patterns will appear, and patterns point to fixes. For conversations, adopt soft assertions that protect truth without draining presence. Here's my current read and the top 2 reasons. I'm at 60-70%, followed by, what am I missing? You'll notice 2 good things happen. Others bring you the missing pieces, and your future confidence begins to feel earned rather than inflated. There's a body angle worth tending. Poor sleep, high stress, and stimulants can all raise felt sureness while lowering performance. On those days, pre-write guardrails, because biology can turn the volume up on conviction at the exact moment your judgment wobbles. In teams, normalize uncertainty with responsibility. We're at 55% on plan A. Here's how we'll learn fast, so people don't fake certainty to feel useful. Celebrate accurate course corrections publicly so changing minds gain status. And here's the gentle close. You don't have to distrust every strong feeling. You have to treat it like weather, real, informative about local conditions, but not a map. Keep the warmth of conviction when it's earned by contact with outcomes. Enjoy the clean hum of a well-supported idea, and when the glow outpaces the ground beneath it, let that be your cue to slow one beat, ask for a receipt, and make a small bet you can grade. Over weeks, you'll feel something shift. Your confidence won't get quieter. It will get truer, a calm that comes not from smooth stories, but from the steady habit of looking, testing, and updating until what you feel and what is so begin, more often than not, to match. The brain uses effort reduction as a decision-making shortcut. You think you choose the best option, but most days your mind quietly chooses the least demanding one, and that is our entry point. The brain treats mental effort like a scarce fuel and uses effort reduction as a shortcut, skimming off anything that looks costly and leaning toward options that promise a result with less thinking, less searching, less self-control. This isn't laziness, it's survival math baked into biology. Cognitive control burns real energy and time, so a built-in auditor scans for good enough, cheap enough paths, and steers you there before your inner narrator even finishes clearing its throat. You can watch this play out in ordinary scenes. You glance at a menu and pick the special because it's at the top. The default settings on a new app carry over because touching nothing takes no effort. You keep scrolling the feed because attention has momentum, and stopping requires a small push. You accept a meeting invite at the suggested slot because proposing an alternative creates a tiny negotiation. None of these choices announces itself as, "I chose the easy one," but the pattern is consistent. The mind discounts options with steep thinking tolls and rewards options with low friction. Under the hood, a simple logic drives this. Before you ever taste the reward of a decision, the system estimates how much work it will take to get there, uncertainty to resolve, steps to track, self-restraint to exert. And if the cost feels high relative to the gain, motivation dips and your attention wanders to lower-hanging fruit. That's why a vague task repels you while a concrete first move suddenly feels doable, and why you keep rechecking easy inbox messages while postponing the single hard email. The brain keeps picking the path where the effort meter reads green. Marketers and interfaces exploit this efficiently. Pre-checked boxes, one-click purchases, and clear chunky buttons shave off micro-decisions, making their path the path. But you can use the same principle to help yourself. Start by accepting the rule. Effort is a price you feel before you earn a reward, so price your choices in effort, not just in outcomes. Give complex tasks a discount by front-loading clarity. Write the task as a two-step recipe instead of a slogan. Put the needed files and links one tap away, and name what "done" looks like in one sentence. When the mind sees low search and low confusion, it stops shopping for easier dopamine. Next, shrink the thinking toll of starting by creating first-inch moves, ridiculously small opening actions that carry momentum. Open the document and type the date. Put the pan on the stove. Place the shoes by the door pointing out. The point is not productivity theatre. It's to flip the brain's estimate from "this will drain me" to "this is underway." Then adjust your environment so the path you want is the easiest path. Put the one book you intend to read tonight on the pillow. Store the snack you actually want to eat at eye level. Make the draft template open by default every morning. Stash distraction in places that require a stand-up or a password. Small frictions change decisions because the auditor in your head is exquisitely sensitive to the cost of the next step. Teach yourself to resist shiny low-effort traps by adding honest tolls where you want fewer automatic yeses. Remove saved payment methods for impulse sites. Add a confirmation phrase you must type before late-night purchases. Set a 30-second delay on sending messages at midnight so the easy vent becomes a little harder. If convenience is destiny, a tiny dent in convenience is a leash. For work that truly matters, perform an effort-value swap. Move energy-heavy thinking to hours when your brain is naturally topped up. And schedule ceremonial tasks that look busy but cost little for low-fuel periods. You're not failing at afternoon focus. You're mispricing your energy. Create templates and prompts to collapse repeated reasoning. A short checklist for your weekly brief. A skeleton slide deck that forces decisions in the right order. A set of question stems that make you think where it counts. Tools that reduce irrelevant effort preserve bandwidth for real trade-offs. When a choice keeps slipping away because thinking about it hurts, add option fees to competing time sinks. Decide in advance that if you scroll more than 10 minutes, you owe the project 5 minutes of outline scribbles. Micro prices make the cheap path less cheap and pull you toward the thing you actually value. Use state-aware rules that spare you from high-effort self-control in your worst moments. No irreversible decisions after 9 p.m. No replies to inflammatory messages until you've taken a walk. No calendar acceptances without checking your top 3 priorities for the week. These rules are not scolding. They're ramps that let future you glide into better outcomes. Learn to satisfy on purpose in domains where perfection punishes you. Define good enough before you start, then stop when you hit it. Effort saved here funds the places where excellence actually compounds. When a task swells because it's ambiguous, do a 2-minute map. Write the unknowns, the sources that can answer them, and the smallest experiment that reduces confusion. Uncertainty is expensive because it feels endless, but a named unknown with a path to shrink it becomes affordable. If you lead teams, architect the easy path at the group level. One home for files, one naming convention, short decision templates, and a single owner rule so no one spends effort guessing who moves next. Celebrate designs that make the right behavior automatic. People call this culture, but most of it is effort pricing. And protect the fuel itself. Sleep, light, movement, hydration. These are not wellness slogans. They're the upstream levers on how heavy thinking feels. A rested brain overestimates its capacity less and can afford deeper reasoning without grabbing the nearest shortcut. Finally, cultivate awareness without drama. When you catch yourself choosing the low-effort route that undermines your goals, don't wage war. Say, my brain is minimizing effort, then change the geometry. Remove one step from the good path or add one to the bad. This trains you to fix the slope instead of shaming the climber. The gentle close is this. Your mind is not a failing muscle for preferring ease. It is a wise accountant guarding a limited budget. Treat that accountant as a partner. Make valuable paths cheaper. Make wasteful paths pricier. Write tiny contracts your future self can keep. And you'll notice the change within days. Fewer stalls at the start, more clean finishes, and a quiet pride that comes from spending effort where it returns more life. You project your internal state onto the world. You wake on a grey morning and the hallway looks narrower. Your partner's neutral face seems distant. The email from a colleague reads curt, and the city itself feels a little against you. And here's the gentle but important claim to explore tonight. Much of what you take to be properties of the world are actually reflections of your current internal state. A quiet lens made of body signals, mood, needs, and recent experiences that paints the same scene in different colors, depending on how you are. Psychologists sometimes call this affective realism, feelings presented as facts, and it shows up everywhere once you know where to look. Hunger makes supermarket choices feel urgent and prices harsher. Fatigue compresses patience so other drivers seem ruder. Mild anxiety turns a neutral stranger's glance into a challenge. Loneliness amplifies minor delays into evidence you're being ignored. Physical warmth from a mug can make you judge a person as warmer. A fast heartbeat from climbing stairs can be misread as fear of the room you just entered. Pain lowers your threshold for threat detection so tone reads hostile. And in groups, your private tension can spread. Tiny changes in posture and voice teach others to mirror you, building a room that proves your first impression. Under the hood, the logic is simple. The brain treats inner signals as useful data about how things are going for me, and blends that data into perception and judgment. When inner cues are strong or external cues are ambiguous, the blend leans inward, so states become stories. This task is impossible. They don't care. Today is doomed. And because the stories are felt in the body, they carry a false sense of objectivity. Add expectation and memory of similar states, and you get stable filters. The person who's often rushed sees obstacles. The person who's often slighted sees disrespect. The person who's often responsible sees messes begging to be fixed. None of this makes you irrational. It makes you human, in a noisy world where using internal readings speeds decisions. But it does mean that without checks, you can spend days arguing with a world that mostly reflects your chemistry and context. To work with this, rather than be worked by it, start by stamping the state. Before you interpret a tricky message or judge a person, name 2 quick scales, mood and arousal, calm to keyed up, and jot a single bodily cue, tight jaw, warm chest, heavy eyes. This takes 10 seconds and forces a separation between me now and what this is. Next, apply the lens test on any strong reaction. Ask, if I felt opposite in mood or activation, would this scene look different? If yes, treat your first take as a hypothesis, not a verdict. Now add cross-modal checks. When the world seems bleak, look for measurements that don't care about feelings, thermostat, timestamps, budget, a verbatim quote. And when a person seems off, check an alternative channel. Call instead of text, or ask a specific question rather than reading tea leaves. Then practice context swap. Step to a different light, chair, or room before you reply. Tiny environmental shifts often reset your body enough to loosen the projection. Build time bridges for hot states. Write a draft, set a 30-minute timer. Touch daylight or walk the hallway. Then reread. Many facts melt after a short cooldown because the lens changed. Use language hygiene that marks subjectivity and follow it with a concrete request, which moves the moment from mood to mutual reality. Install if then rails for your known distortions. Because rules written in calm protect you when your lens is thick. You can also run small home experiments that teach your nervous system to doubt its own first story without shaming it. Rate a neutral photo of a face for friendliness at 3 times a day and notice how ratings track your energy. Read the same email once standing, once seated, once after 5 slow exhales. Keep a projection diary for a week with 3 columns: situation, first read, second read after reset. And watch patterns appear. From patterns, design pre-cues that prevent the spiral. In relationships, agree on reality handles. Phrases that flag possible projection without blame. I'm noticing a story. My lens might be loud right now. Can I check my read? And pair them with repair moves like mirroring, evidence, and a shared action, because shared anchors shrink the distance between 2 private climates. For teams, make state to stakes explicit at the top of hard conversations, so others can weigh your words with the right filter. Leaders can normalize this literacy by asking, "What's our collective state?" before major calls and scheduling choices when the room is most resourced. Designers and teachers can soften projection by reducing ambiguity where tone is easy to misread. Clear subject lines, concrete rubrics, examples, so the environment does less to invite inner weather to fill gaps. Don't forget the body. The lens grows from it. Stabilize inputs that routinely warp perception. Even small upgrades help. Morning light lengthens patience. A brisk 10-minute walk lifts mood enough to prevent hostile attributions. A glass of water and a handful of protein blunt the "everyone is difficult" story at 4 p.m. Music and scent shift state quickly. Build 2 playlists and 1 neutral scent cue. Use them not to fake feelings but to widen choice. And practice perspective pivots that add distance without dismissal. Write 1 sentence from your current stance, 1 from a neutral narrator and 1 from a generous alternative. Then choose behavior that fits the widest set of stories. There are traps to avoid. Mood laundering, finding clever reasons that justify a state you don't want to own, and reverse projection, assuming your calm is universal and others' urgency is drama. Both dissolve when you return to the stamp and act accordingly. A soft caution. Recognizing projection isn't a mandate to distrust yourself. Sometimes your inner state is accurate situational intelligence. Your shoulders know a room is unsafe before language does. The craft is calibration. You treat feelings as data, not decrees. And you train a habit of seeking small external handles before you let inner weather write the laws of the land. Close gently with this. The world will always show you some part of yourself first, and that's not a flaw, it's a starting point. If you stamp your state, test your story, and add 1 anchor to shared reality before you act, you'll discover that days feel less like arguments and more like conversations. The hallway widens, the email softens, the partner's face becomes readable again. Not because the universe changed, but because your lens cleared enough to meet it as it is, and to choose a response that belongs to the world you're actually in, not the storm you briefly carried. The way you frame a question can change what you remember. You think you're excavating a fixed scene when you try to remember, but pay attention to the very first words you or someone else uses to ask about it, and you'll notice the excavation turns into architecture. The question quietly builds the memory it claims to reveal. Ask, how fast were the cars going when they smashed? And minds report shattered glass that wasn't there. Ask, how fast when they contacted? And the same eyes soften the impact. And that isn't hypnotism so much as guidance. The phrasing you hear supplies a sketch your brain uses to search. And the search tends to return items that fit the sketch. The mechanism is simple and slippery. Your memory is stored as scattered traces, snippets of sights and sounds, feelings, goals you had at the time. So any prompt must select which traces to fetch first. Verbs like smashed, snatched, or glanced pre-sort the pile toward violence or speed or brevity. Presuppositions invite you to fill gaps rather than challenge the premise. Forced choice questions push a selection, even if the sign was a yield. And tag questions signal the expected answer so strongly that uncertainty feels like error. Specific wording also dictates vantage point. Why did you do that? Points your search at motive and often invites confabulation under pressure. What happened right before? Aims recall at sequence and tends to recover the lead-up. Where were your hands? Narrows to body position and recruits motor details you would never have surfaced spontaneously. Each of these prompts can be useful when honest, but they still sculpt. Even grammar matters. Questions in the past progressive encourage continuous action and the construction of a more elaborate scene, while the simple past nudges toward discrete events and fewer inferred bridges. Negation trips, recognition systems that treat the focal noun like an anchor and often drop the negation. The effect is stronger under uncertainty, fatigue, or status pressure. When a confident person asks you a leading question, your brain treats their confidence as a cue that the world is likely to support their framing, so it returns matches to reduce social friction. Repetition compounds the pull. Hearing the same prompt multiple times strengthens traces consistent with that wording, and on the next recall, you feel more sure, precisely because the question was repeated. Notice, too, how options change memory after the fact. Show a lineup that implies the culprit is present and you'll search for the closest face, adjusting features to fit. Then later you may remember seeing that face before. Switch to a lineup where none of the above is legitimate and the glue between gaze and identity weakens. In everyday life, this plays out with softer colors but the same physics. How hard was that week? Calls for hardship and recruits saw details. What went well despite the mess? Recruits competence and luck. What's the lesson here? Forges causal chains that were not encoded at the time. Question framing is not just a courtroom trick. It's a daily author of your private history. This doesn't mean you're doomed to be misled. It means you can ask better questions when you want a truer picture and defend against wording that pushes you off course. Start with free recall before guided recall. Give yourself or someone else a minute to narrate without interruption and without evaluative words. Write the backbone of events. Who, where, when, in what order, as if you were a quiet camera operator. Only then follow with specific probes. Use neutral verbs and open prompts. Swap saw for notice, took for what happened with, attacked for what did the person do, and avoid assumptions folded into nouns unless they're established. When you must offer choices, include explicit permission to reject them and say so out loud. This keeps your search from collapsing onto the closest match. If you are working with someone else's memory, declare your uncertainty at the start. I wasn't there and could be wrong, so please correct me, which lowers the social cost of contradicting your frame. Keep time and source labels visible. When you recover a detail, tag it in your notes with how it arrived, because later your brain will smooth over those sources and treat the blended sum as a single seeing. Labeled provenance keeps you honest. For yourself, practice reframing drills on a harmless event to feel the force. Describe the same dinner 3 ways, once asking, what annoyed you? Once asking, what surprised you? And once, what did you learn about the other person? And compare what surfaces. You'll notice each question retrieves a different slice of the meal with different facts. Not because you're fickle, but because your mind is obedient to the path you give it. In conflict, keep a small list of repair questions that step around blame and build shared recall. Can we list the order we each remember without adjectives? What would we need to check to be sure? What's ambiguous here? These hold memory closer to evidence and reduce the chances you'll both later remember the fight as worse than it was. For important events, preserve raw traces early. Photos of objects from multiple angles, timestamps, short voice notes that separate observation from interpretation. Later, when a loaded question tries to retrofit your past, you'll have friction against the slide. Across teams, standardize non-leading templates in forms and interviews, rotate who asks, and train people to flag presuppositions gently. For personal growth, design self-questions that orient your memory towards skills rather than wounds. What did I handle better than last time? Where did I pause that I used to react? What small cue did I miss that I'll catch next round? These don't sugarcoat. They shape the archive your future self will consult when deciding who you are. Be cautious with why when emotions run high. Why invites explanations that feel neat but often invent motives. Prefer what showed up then what until you're calmer. And when someone asks you a question that feels leading, it's okay to answer the question you wish had been asked. Before speed, here's what I noticed. Or, I can't answer color because I didn't register a scarf. Or simply, I don't know, which is a sentence that protects truth. The soft closing is this. Memory is cooperative. Your past and your present language build it together. So treat questions like tools with safety ratings. Pick neutral ones when you're aiming for accuracy. Curious ones when you're aiming for learning. Kind ones when you're aiming for healing. And the next time a loaded prompt tries to borrow your certainty, pause, breathe, and reframe aloud. Because the story you retrieve today is the seed of what you will remember tomorrow, and you have more say in its shape than you realized. You judge others by behavior, yourself by intentions. A stranger cuts in front of you, and your mind writes the ending before the scene begins. Rude, careless, the kind of person who, yet when you drift into another lane without checking, you explain it in one breath. Late night, blind spot. I'm usually careful, and that gap is our starting point. Humans routinely judge others by their visible behavior while judging themselves by invisible intentions. Because you carry privileged access to your goals, constraints, and near misses, while with others you see only the final act. This asymmetry is not a moral failure so much as a data problem baked into perception and speed. Your brain must make sense of people fast. It has only the surface to go on, so it fills the missing interior with trait labels. Irresponsible, cold, lazy, that feel stable and predictive. And because those labels simplify a messy world, they stick. Under the hood, several simple mechanics cooperate to tilt you toward dispositional stories about others and situational stories about yourself. First, information asymmetry. You know the obstacles and compromises behind your actions. The bus you missed, the deadline that moved, the pain in your shoulder, but other people's constraints are largely invisible. Second, salience. What pops in your field is the actor, not the context. You notice the driver's face, not the sun in their eyes. So the person absorbs the blame or praise while the background fades. Third, cognitive ease. Traits are cheap to store and reuse. She's unreliable, whereas situations are costly and unique. Fourth, self-protection. Explaining your missteps by context guards self-worth and social standing, while explaining others' missteps by character keeps the social map simple. Steer clear of that kind of person. And fifth, outcome bias. Once you see how something ended, you shape the story backward to fit the result, attributing foresight or malice that may have been luck, haste, or noise. Culture, roles, and power tweak the dials. Environments that punish errors harshly breed defensive, situational self-accounts. Status gaps make people's intentions harder to see in both directions. Some teams train a habit of trait talk. She's a natural leader. While others train process talk. In that setting, she tended to ask clarifying questions first. And the former cements the bias. The costs are quiet but large. We fracture collaborations by assuming motive from a single move. We teach our kids that character is fate by narrating slip-ups as identity instead of snapshots. We escalate conflicts by answering a behavior with a judgment rather than a question. And we freeze our own growth by letting good intentions excuse bad outcomes. If you meant to be considerate, but your message landed harsh, intention doesn't fix the impact until you change the behavior. The way out is not to abandon character, but to rebalance evidence, to become skilled at asking what the situation would have to look like for a decent person to do what you just saw, and to become strict with yourself about outcomes when your intentions were good, but your actions missed. Start with a situation audit before trait labels. Write 3 concrete factors that could push an average person toward the behavior. Time pressure, ambiguous instructions, incentive structure, missing information. Then write 1 factor that could pull them away. A norm, a tool, a warning. If you can produce plausible pushes and pulls quickly, hold the trait story lightly and test the environment first. Next, use the consistency consensus distinctiveness check in plain terms. Have you seen this person do this across times? Consistency. Do others act the same in this setting? Consensus. Does this person act differently in other settings? Distinctiveness. When the answers are no consistency, low consensus, high distinctiveness, you're likely staring at a situation effect, not a fixed character. You don't need formulas, just 3 questions on a sticky note. For hot moments, apply the kind person test. How might a kind, competent person still produce what I just saw? Not to excuse harm, but to generate alternative hypotheses you can verify. Maybe the policy changed yesterday. Maybe the tool auto-sent the email. Maybe they're handling an emergency. Often, one clarifying question reveals the hidden constraint and preserves a relationship that a snap judgment would have burned. When giving feedback, separate behavior, impact, and intent explicitly and in that sequence. When the deadline moved without notice, behavior, our team worked late to recover, impact. I'm guessing you were trying to unblock another dependency, possible intent. Can we set a check-in rule so the next change comes with a heads up? This format honors their inner world without pretending to read it, and it ties improvement to actions you can both see. To sharpen your own side of the asymmetry, treat good intentions as hypotheses, not shields. If your message hurt, say, I intended clarity, the impact was sharp. Next time, I'll lead with context and ask for concerns first. Record the implementation you'll change, not just the regret. Your future self cannot execute an apology, only a plan. Teams can dampen the bias by rewriting their questions. Instead of, who dropped the ball? Ask, where did the process make dropping the ball likely? Instead of, who owns this mistake? Ask, what signal would have warned us earlier? Design rituals that surface hidden constraints. A 1-minute context round at the start of meetings where people share pressures you can't see. A default assumption that the first missed expectation triggers a curiosity call, not a reprimand. And postmortems that begin with what made the right action hard, rather than who failed. Over weeks, you'll watch trait talk drain away and problem solving fill the space. In families, practice the generous rewrite before correction. You left the dishes. I'm guessing you were racing the clock. Please text if you can't finish and I'll cover. Instead of, you're lazy. And when you mess up, resist the urge to explain first. Start with the impact you caused. Then share the intention to build trust, not to erase the effect. Train a language hygiene that marks uncertainty about others' motives. It looks to me like, rather than, you wanted to, and adopt boundary sentences that regulate behavior without mind reading. Regardless of why, late replies after midnight. Don't work for me. Let's set a cutoff. Watch for special traps. We tend to judge out-group members more by behavior, and in-group members more by intent. We mistake confidence for competence and reticence for guilt. We let a single salient negative action, fundamental attribution error, outweigh base rates of decent behavior. We take first impressions too seriously when they are often snapshots of stress. A simple antidote is to collect 2 more data points before issuing a trait verdict, and to revisit verdicts after environments change. And because fatigue and stress tighten the lens, use state-aware rules. No character judgments when you're hungry or underslept. In those windows, log the behavior and set a reminder to interpret it later. You'll be amazed how many villains turn back into people after a nap. If you want a felt experience of the bias, run this 1-day experiment. Each time you blame a stranger's character, jerk, idiot, pause, and generate one situational reason a friend could do the same act. Each time you excuse yourself by context, name a small behavior you'll change next time. By evening, you'll feel the shift from courtroom to workshop. The soft close is simple. Holding people accountable for actions matters, and so does holding yourself accountable for outcomes. But if you can slow the leap from act to essence in others and speed the move from intent to implementation in yourself, your judgments will grow fairer, your relationships sturdier, and your own story more honest. Tomorrow, try one swap. Ask a question before a label, write a plan before a defense, and watch how quickly the world fills with fewer caricatures and more real humans, including you. You can't reliably detect lies. Even experts fail. You want to believe you can feel dishonesty, a flicker in the eyes, a shaky laugh, a face that twitches at the wrong moment. But here's the unsettling opener. People are usually only a little better than chance at spotting lies and the cues you've been taught to trust. Averted gaze, fidgeting, crossed arms predict anxiety in culture more than deception, which means your confidence can be highest when your accuracy is worst. Let's take this slowly and clearly so you can stop chasing myths and start using methods that actually improve truth-finding. The core reason detection fails is simple. Lying isn't a single behavior, it's a goal, make you believe X. And humans reach goals with many routes. Some liars rehearse and relax, some over-control and seem robotic, some smile warmly to manage your impression, some look away because they're retrieving details, not because they're hiding them. Meanwhile, many truthful people look guilty because they're stressed, shy, culturally mismatched, or afraid of being misunderstood. The overlap between nervous and dishonest is huge. Add to this two systematic errors: content neglect and confirmation drift. Content neglect happens when you fixate on how someone looks rather than what they say. Tone, posture, micro-expressions, while ignoring whether their story contains checkable details, causal structure, and consistency across time. Confirmation drift begins once you form a hunch and then code every ambiguity as proof. Pauses become plotting. Precision becomes over-preparation. Vagueness becomes evasion. So your confidence climbs while your evidence thins. Cultural variation compounds the mess. In some places, direct eye contact is respectful. In others, it's aggressive, pauses, signal thoughtfulness in one group and deceit in another. Even smiling norms vary. If your tells were learned in one social world, they'll fail when the social world changes. Technology doesn't magically rescue you either. Polygraphs measure arousal, not truth. Arousal correlates with fear, pain, anger, excitement, and caffeine as much as with lying. Voice stress analysis is notoriously noisy. Micro-expression systems can be intriguing training tools for attention, but their predictive value in the wild is limited when used alone. Most liars don't leak a neat, brief flash of fear on schedule, and most honest people occasionally do. So if the theater of cues misleads, what helps? Counterintuitively, the path to better judgment is asking better questions, structuring the conversation, and grading answers against reality, not reading faces like a fortune teller. Start with free recall before interrogation. Invite the person to tell the story uninterrupted and in their own order. Deceivers tend to give shorter, simpler narratives with fewer verifiable details, because inventing checkable reality is costly. Truthful accounts, while imperfect, often include sensory fragments, time anchors, and spontaneously remembered side paths. Then use cognitive load shifts that are fair and transparent. Ask for the story again, but in reverse order from the end to the beginning, or request a spatial map, or ask unanticipated questions. Fabricators can be fluent on the main arc they rehearsed. But when you change the perspective or order, fabrication strains, contradictions emerge, or vagueness grows, while truthful memories, though imperfect, can often be reconstructed with effort. Apply consistency over time. Schedule a second conversation later and compare backbone elements. Truth changes in small ways but keeps its skeleton. Lies often preserve the script too perfectly or mutate in implausible patches to repair earlier gaps. Use the strategic use of evidence rather than ambush. If you hold confirming data, badge swipes, receipts, logs, don't slam it down at the start. Let the person commit to a version. Then introduce a single piece at a time and watch how they integrate it. Honest people try to reconcile and may express relief. I forgot that. Yes, that fits. Deceivers tend to reroute or over-explain, creating new mismatches. The key is to compare content against external traces, not demeanor against your gut. Calibrate your expectations with base rates. In most everyday settings, most statements are true enough. Humans have a truth default, because assuming sincerity lubricates cooperation. This means your false positive risk is high when you go on a witch hunt. Reserve the heavy tools for stakes that justify them, and environments where incentives to lie are strong. Now for practical guardrails you can use today. Pre-commit to criteria. Write what would count as strong evidence for or against a claim before you hear the story. This weakens confirmation drift. Separate claim from claimant. Grade the statement on its verifiability, coherence, and alignment with outside data, not on how charming or awkward the speaker is. Ask for checkable specifics. Names, times, places, artifacts. Then sample check one or two items. You don't need to catch someone. Often the knowledge that checks will follow keeps the conversation honest. Beware explanation inflation. Grand, theory-heavy answers with little surface detail are a liar's refuge and a lover of their own story's trap. Nudge toward concrete sequences. Control your state. Fatigue and anger narrow attention to demeanor and confirm your bias. If the stakes are real, delay judgment until you're rested enough to evaluate content. Avoid leading language. So you left at 9, right? Plants a timeline. Ask neutral prompts and tolerate silence. Truthful retrieval can be slow. Normalize corrections. Say up front, if you recall something new later, please update me. Accuracy beats consistency. Liars fear changing scripts. Truthful people appreciate permission to refine. Log provenance. When a detail appears, note whether it came from the person's memory, a document, or your suggestion. This prevents you from remembering that they volunteered a fact you actually supplied. Scale your certainty. Use ranges and be willing to update with new checks. Your goal is not to be a human lie detector, but a careful estimator. Design incentives for truth. In teams and relationships, make it easier to share small bad news early, so people don't learn that concealment is safer than candor. For personal life, drop the fantasy that you can feel deceit and replace it with processes. When you worry about a friend's story, ask for one verifiable piece and gently check it. When a child hides a mistake, make the cost of confession lighter than the cost of discovery. When a partner says, everything's fine with a strained face, don't cross-examine micro-expressions. Invite a specific, safe question and offer time rather than pressure. A soft caution as we close. There are real harms in false accusations. Mistrust corrodes faster than lies are cured. So hold your judgments like a scientist, not a prosecutor. Gather, test, and revise. And there's a hopeful turn. The same limits that make you poor at detecting lies can make you excellent at preventing them. By asking better, checking lightly but reliably, rewarding early truth, and keeping your pride tied to accuracy rather than to your hunches. Do that, and you'll rely less on reading faces and more on reading the world, which is where truth leaves its footprints. The need for certainty often overpowers truth. You crave the relief of a solid answer, and that's understandable. When the world is blurry, your body tightens and your mind starts hunting for edges. But here's the gentle truth we'll sit with tonight. The need for certainty often overpowers truth, because certainty is a feeling your brain can manufacture quickly, while truth requires slow contact with messy evidence. Start simple. Uncertainty is metabolically expensive. It keeps vigilance high. It holds multiple options open, and your predictive brain wants to narrow possibilities fast to conserve effort and settle the nervous system. So it leans toward clear stories, decisive leaders, tidy causal chains, and yes-no frames that mask complexity. And once a clean story fits tolerably well, Attention stops searching and you feel calmer even if the story is wrong. Under the hood, several mechanisms cooperate. Intolerance of uncertainty turns not sure into threat, pushing you toward black and white categories and away from nuance. The need for cognitive closure rushes you to the first explanation that seems coherent, then resists alternatives because reopening the case is costly. Confirmation bias narrows your sampling, so you mostly collect evidence that strengthens your early pick. Motivated reasoning recruits your intelligence as a lawyer for what you want to believe, not as a scientist for what is so. And when the environment is noisy, conflicting articles, partial data, complex systems, your biology rewards the feeling of certainty, steady breath, aligned arousal, social approval, long before it rewards accuracy. Culture and incentives amplify this. Fast takes get attention, confident tones get promoted, and many workplaces treat "I don't know yet" as weakness rather than as the beginning of wisdom. So people learn to present crisp conclusions on thin ground. And groups polarize because certainty signals loyalty, while doubt sounds like betrayal. Memory joins the loop. Once you commit to a story, you later remember selectively in ways that keep it stable, and repetition inside your circles makes the claim feel truer through mere familiarity, so the calm you feel becomes its own proof. The costs are everywhere. Projects locked to early estimates that ignored base rates, diagnoses anchored to first impressions while contradictory findings are explained away, relationships harmed because you turned a partial reading into a fixed judgment, public debates frozen by slogans that glow with confidence and starve on substance. There's no virtue in staying fuzzy forever, but the craft is to cultivate a calm tolerance for "not yet" while you build better contact with the world. So here's a practical way to do that without paralyzing action. Begin by separating action from certainty. Decide what you can do now at your current level of knowledge, a small reversible step, a testable probe, and what must wait. Label decisions as reversible or irreversible and size your caution accordingly. Move fast where you can roll back, slow down where you cannot. Replace single-point guesses with ranges and conditions. We expect delivery between Tuesday and Thursday if supplier B ships by noon, which keeps your nervous system from pretending precision you don't have and prevents later story editing. Adopt decision hygiene habits that reduce premature closure. List a few competing explanations before you pick one. Write the critical assumption that would topple your choice and schedule the check. Run a brief pre-mortem. Imagine it failed. What were the likely causes? So your mind rehearses alternative paths. Practice reference class thinking by asking how similar cases went on average, not how you hope this case will go. And log your forecasts with percentages and dates so you can grade yourself later. Calibration improves when you see where your certainty outpaced reality. In conversations, normalize partial knowledge with clear, humble language. Here's what we know. Here's what we're inferring. Here's what would change my mind. And invite others to add missing pieces. In teams, reward updates as achievements, not embarrassments, by publicly noting when new data prompted a course correction. Design incentives that make early truth easy. Low penalty channels for weak signals. Lightweight experiments that surface reality quickly. Templates that force evidence alongside opinion. Build uncertainty exposure the way you would train a muscle. Tiny, regular doses that are safe but real. Read a smart argument against your view once a week. Make one small bet where you state your confidence out loud. Delay your first take by a single clarifying question. What else could explain this? And sit with that brief discomfort instead of rushing to silence it. Care for the body that hosts your judgments. Sleep, daylight, movement. Because exhaustion shrinks tolerance for ambiguity and makes the loudest, simplest story feel correct. When anxiety spikes, use state resets, slow exhale, short walk, sunlight, and then ask for a receipt from reality. What measurement could I check in 5 minutes? Small contacts with fact soothe more reliably than another hour of heated certainty. Be wary of rhetorical sugar, rhymes, round numbers, polished graphics, because they create fluency that your brain misreads as truth. When you feel a warm surge of obvious, tag it. That's certainty, not evidence. And then look for one disconfirming data point before you lock in. In families and friendships, replace arguments about who's right with shared tests. Let's try it both ways this week and compare. And keep a short list of bridging sentences that protect connection while truth catches up. I might be wrong. Can we check after dinner? If you lead, model this stance in public. State uncertainty ranges, show the tests you're running, explain why a pivot honors new facts, and praise people who surface inconvenient information early. Your culture will learn that accuracy outranks theatre, and remember the gentle philosophical angle that can help you breathe. Uncertainty is not the enemy of meaning. It is the space in which learning, creativity, and trust can grow. Certainty closes the book. Curiosity keeps the chapter open. Tonight, try a small ritual. Pick one belief you've been gripping tightly. Write the top 2 reasons it might be wrong, the single observation that would soften your stance, and the smallest experiment you can run in the next 48 hours. Speak the sentence, "I don't know yet," and that's okay because I'm testing, out loud. Notice how the mind slows, how the body steadies when you trade performative confidence for contact with the world, and carry this lighter strength forward. Not the brittle armor of being right, but the quiet resilience of learning fast enough that truth can actually catch you. You're more likely to believe something if it rhymes. A line that clicks in your mouth can slip past your mind, so let's start with a small, disarming truth. When words rhyme, they feel truer, and that ease you sense isn't a stamp of accuracy, but a body-level signal that the sentence was effortless to process. Your tongue glides. Your ear recognizes a pattern. The rhythm packs meaning into neat parcels. And because fluency often correlates with familiarity and safety in everyday life, your brain treats that smoothness as a hint of reliability, even when the content hasn't earned it. Psychologists sometimes call this the rhymer's reason effect, but you don't need jargon to see it. Proverbs that sing, "Grain pains bring gains, what flows grows," lodge more deeply than clunky equivalents. Slogans that chime, "click it or ticket," guide behavior better than wordy advisories. And even in courtrooms, a rhymed line can eclipse a paragraph of analysis. What's going on underneath is simple mechanics working in concert. Rhyme reduces retrieval effort. The second half cues the first. It enhances predictability. Your auditory system can anticipate the landing. It adds meter. Timed syllables give the brain a scaffold. And it offers closure. Sound-matched endings make a thought feel complete. And all 4 feed the same gut-level inference. This feels easy, therefore it is likely right. Add social dynamics and the effect compounds. Rhymes spread because they're easy to repeat and hard to misquote, which means they get more airtime. Repetition builds familiarity, and familiarity further masquerades as truth. Soon the phrase is everywhere, and the comfort of hearing it again becomes proof to your nervous system that you should stop checking and start believing. There's a second layer too. Rhyme compresses causality. It turns messy relationships into neat parallels. So an ambiguous claim, stress tests success, picks up a moral inevitability just by sounding finished, and you stop asking how, when, for whom, because the form has already nodded for you. Advertisers know this. Propagandists know this. Charismatic leaders, good and bad, know this. When stakes are high, sound can hustle sense off the stage. That doesn't mean rhyme is evil. It's a tool that can help or harm depending on how we use it. For safety rules, medicine reminders, or pro-social norms, a memorable jingle can save lives precisely because it survives stress and time. For judgments about people, policies, or evidence, the same sugarcoats shaky logic and turns scrutiny into a buzzkill. So what can you do to keep your ear from crowning a rhyme as a fact? Start with a tiny ritual. Say it 2 ways. When you hear a rhymed claim, rewrite it in plain language and speak both versions aloud. If the non-rhymed version suddenly feels less convincing, ask yourself which piece of evidence the rhyme smuggled past you. Numbers, mechanisms, counterexamples, and refuse to accept the claim until that missing piece shows up. Try the mirror test. Craft an equally catchy rhyme that asserts the opposite. Delay today, decide the way, versus decide today, clear the way. If both jingles feel plausible, you're tasting fluency, not truth. Use a prose strip, remove meter, and read the sentence in a monotone. Many sticky lines deflate when the beat is gone because there was no structure underneath. Build an evidence sandwich habit for meetings and messages. Lead with a checkable fact, insert your line, rhymed or not. Then follow with a method or source. This trains your audience and your own brain to link charm to proof rather than letting charm stand alone. Do a quick range check. Most rhymed wisdom is universal, but reality loves exceptions. List 3 contexts where the claim might fail before you share it. If you can't, you're probably under the spell. For teams, install a no slogan alone rule. Catchy lines must be paired with a one-slide evidence table, or they don't enter the deck. You'll be shocked how many slogans dissolve on contact with a single chart. For yourself, set a lag. When a rhymed policy or mantra excites you, wait 24 hours and revisit. Fluency's glow fades faster than accuracy, and what survives the next day deserves more weight. A quirky but effective trick is the translation pass. Move the sentence into another language or into a technical register, then back into plain speech. If the claim needs its original rhyme to feel persuasive, you've learned what you needed to know. There are contexts to be gentle with, education and health, for instance, where learners or patients benefit from sticky phrasing. Here, the ethical move is not to abandon rhyme, but to pair it with specificity. Hand soap hope is a start, but add 20 seconds, wrists too, and link to the mechanism. Soap breaks the envelope of many viruses, so the jingle becomes a doorway to understanding rather than a substitute for it. In law and policy, beware of rhymes that harden categories. They can make complex risk trade-offs seem binary, ban or plan, drill or chill. When you hear them, ask for risk distributions, not labels, and insist on the messy middle where humane solutions live. In relationships, listen for self-rhymes you use to excuse or accuse, hurt me, desert me, nag me, drag me, and replace them with behavioral descriptions and asks. Rhyme can escalate conflict by making your story feel pre-approved, while specifics rebuild trust. To feel the effect in your hands, run 2 micro-experiments this week. First, write 2 versions of the same tip for yourself. One rhymed, right before light. One precise, open the dock for 5 minutes before checking messages. And track which one drives real behavior. You'll likely find that the rhyme gets you to the door, the precision gets you through it. Second, when a public claim seduces you with cadence, do a receipt hunt in 5 minutes. A reference, a replicated study, a natural experiment, a base rate comparison, something the world would recognize as a footprint. If you can't find one, freeze your belief at possible and move on. You're not being cynical. You're protecting your attention from musical debt. A few common traps deserve bright tape. Rhyme and reason conspire with your tribe. Lines that flatter your side will feel especially true, so make a sport of challenging your team's favorite slogans with a kindly show me. Meter hides magnitude. Tight lines skip sizes, so you'll need charts when consequences scale. Charisma plus chorus. Overconfidence. A crowd chanting a rhyme can make you feel certain you've done your homework. Answer the crowd with a question. What would change our mind? And write it down. None of this asks you to live in a sterile world without music. It asks you to separate the pleasure of sound from the permission to believe. Keep the jingles that help you remember safety steps, habits, kindness. Tag the ones that try to replace evidence with elegance. And cultivate a voice in yourself that can enjoy a good line while raising a gentle hand. Lovely couplet. Now, where's the data? Close softly with this. Your brain loves patterns because patterns kept your ancestors alive. And rhyme is one of the friendliest patterns we know. Honor that history by using rhyme to carry truth farther, not to smuggle opinion past scrutiny. Tonight, pick one cherished line you repeat because it sings. Write the non-rhymed version with a link to a check you can make, and read both aloud. Feel the pull in your ear, smile at it, and then let your eyes ask for a receipt. The mind calms not when a sentence lands neatly, but when a sentence lands on something real. Your brain can't tell the difference between simulated and real success. You scroll past a street counter, finish a tutorial that showers you with confetti, hear a chime when you close a ring, and a warm certainty blooms. I'm making progress. So here's the hook we'll examine with care. Your brain often can't tell the difference between simulated success and the real thing, because the same reward machinery reacts to cues of completion, social approval, and anticipated achievement as if a goal were actually accomplished. And unless you design your habits with this quirk in mind, you can end the day with the glow of winning and very little to show for it. Start with the simple physiology, the systems that track how well am I doing, respond to signals of progress more than to the ontology of progress. Badges, streaks, applause, perfect checklists, and vivid daydreams can all trigger the easy chemistry of good job, even when nothing in the external world has changed. That makes sense in a noisy environment where rehearsing and predicting improves survival, but it creates two modern traps: premature celebration and substitute effort. Premature celebration is when you spend the reward before you've earned it, and substitute effort is when you pick activities that mimic the feel of progress rather than the activities that drive outcomes. Visualization shows the split sharply. Rehearsing the process, the cues, the first steps, the mistakes and recoveries, prepares body and mind and can boost performance. Marinating in outcome fantasies, podium shots, bestseller lists, applause, often burns the same motivational fuel without building the underlying capacity. So the desire dulls while nothing in your environment changes. Social proof amplifies it. Public declarations and mock-ups can earn you status today for a thing your future self must sweat to deliver tomorrow. And that gap becomes a quiet tax on momentum, because the brain interprets the applause as partial completion and lowers urgency. Gamified products and platforms exploit the ambiguity. If the sound, color, and metric are tuned to your brain's progress detectors, you'll chase the token over the transformation. Sometimes that's fine. Streaks can scaffold real habits early. But if the token becomes the target, the simulation eats the goal. You'll see this when people defend the badge even after the behavior stops serving them. I can't break my reading streak while skimming nonsense at midnight, or when a perfect productivity setup becomes a museum for undone work. And the subtlest version is identity leakage. You start to confuse talking about the person you're becoming with becoming them. Writer, founder, lifter, polyglot, because labels deliver social success up front, then make the gritty work feel like a downgrade from the shiny image. None of this is a scolding. It's an invitation to harness the simulation for you instead of against you. Begin by moving rewards to proof. Tie your little victories to behaviors that leave tracks in the world. Word counts saved in a versioned folder, reps logged in a plain notebook, outreach emails sent, minutes actually practiced, and let the confetti fire only when a verifiable footprint exists. Next, separate planning from applause. Write plans in a private scratch pad. Share only the minimum that recruits accountability or resources, and earn social talk with shipped artifacts. You'll feel a drop in cheap dopamine and a rise in steady momentum. Use process-first visualization before sessions. Spend 60 seconds imagining the awkward parts you'll face in the next hour and the exact corrections you'll try. Miss a note? Slow it down. Lose a paragraph? Switch to bullet scaffolding. Want to quit? Stand, breathe, resume. This keeps your simulation tightly coupled to reality and trains your nervous system to expect and metabolize friction rather than to crave a fantasy. Adopt implementation metrics alongside outcome metrics. Minutes of deep practice, number of deliberate attempts, number of feedback cycles, because outcomes can lag while behavior can be honest today. Then install integrity contracts with yourself that swap vibes for receipts. No celebration until the draft is emailed. No tool change without 3 sessions using the current one. No public update unless a link to the thing exists. If motivation is low, shrink the task until it produces a tangible state change. 1 paragraph that didn't exist, 1 dataset cleaned, 1 prototype that runs, 1 language exchange booked. and let your brain earn the reward where it matters. Build friction against fake wins and glide toward real ones. Hide vanity dashboards and put the work surface one click away. Disable social metrics on your home screen and pin the tracker that logs behaviors. Set the timer to ring, not when you've been in the zone, but when you've completed a named unit. 2 problems solved, 1 scene drafted. For streaks you do keep. Write the criterion in blunt language so the metric cannot drift into parody. Practice means 20 focused minutes with metronome, not app open. Design closed loops that force contact with reality early. For learning, pair every hour of reading with 10 minutes of explaining the idea in your own words or building a small demo. For fitness, pair programming with video or coach feedback once a week. For business, pair research with 2 customer calls on the calendar. Simulations become powerful when they are short bridges to tests, not endless roads you live on. Guard against identity leakage with a rule of thumb. Identity follows inventory. Once a week, write an inventory of outputs, not intentions. The label you want will track the pile you've built, and you won't need to flute it into existence. And if you love gamification, keep it. But rename the game. The points are not truth, they are training wheels. When wheels keep you upright at low speed, great. When they wobble at high speed, take them off. Do this consciously by scheduling a metric audit each month. Ask which scores still push real behavior, which now channel you into busy work, and prune ruthlessly. There's also a tender side to this insight. Because your brain can be encouraged by simulations, use them kindly for anxiety and avoidance. Graded exposure, micro-simulations of the scary thing, lets you collect tiny truths that your body accepts. You can stand to make the first call. You can open the blank canvas and survive. You can ask one person for feedback and not implode. And those proofs earn real confidence, not the hollow kind. Pair this with mental contrasting. Hold the desired end in one hand and the likely obstacles in the other. Then write the first move that overcomes the first obstacle. The contrast keeps your fantasy from spending your motivation while preserving its direction. Finally, treat your biology with respect. Sleep, light, movement. Because a tired brain is especially hungry for easy rewards and will mistake every glittering token for gold. Close softly with this. You do not need to outlaw the satisfying chime or the tidy checklist. Just aim them like spotlights at actions that move your life. Let imagined victories warm you, but don't let them replace the day's work. If you feel that pleasant hum after a planning binge, ask for a receipt. What in the world is different now? And if the answer is nothing yet, smile, shrink the next step until it leaves a mark, and do it. Over weeks, you'll feel a stronger warmth take hold, the kind that doesn't evaporate when the app closes, because it's anchored to a stack of small, stubborn realities you made, and your brain, simple and loyal, will finally be praising the right thing. Silence makes most people anxious, even without a threat. You step into a quiet room, and strangely, your shoulders climb as if something invisible just entered with you. So let's start there. Silence makes most people anxious, not because danger is present, but because, in human life, long stretches without sound or signal are unusual and ambiguous. And ambiguity is a breeding ground for unease. Your nervous system evolved in a world where rustle meant animal, footsteps meant ally or threat, voices meant company, tools, plans, and in that calibration, silence is not neutral. It is missing data, and missing data invites your mind to invent what might be happening offstage. Meanwhile, your social brain treats gaps as messages. When a friend doesn't reply, when an audience stops nodding, when a meeting room goes still, your body interprets the pause as a question about your standing, and a quick cascade follows. Heart rate edges up, breath gets shallow, the stomach tightens, and attention narrows around whatever seems most at stake. Am I boring them? Did I offend? Is something wrong? That's why elevator rides feel longer than they are. Why an unanswered hello prickles more than it should. Why the quiet after a hard remark feels like a drop. Sensory science adds another layer. In low external noise, your internal signals grow louder. Pulse, Gut sounds, micro itches, the small pops in your ears, and if you're not used to hearing your own body, those harmless signals can read as alarms. At the same time, in cognitive terms, silence removes anchors, no fresh context to latch onto. So the mind spins scenarios to reintroduce structure, often tilted toward worry because worry keeps you scanning. Culture shapes the dial. In some communities, quick back and forth is a sign of warmth and competence, so a 4-second gap in conversation feels like a social stumble. In others, pauses are respect, space to think, and a sign of care. Move between the two without noticing, and you'll misread the climate. Technology amplifies the old instinct in new ways. Typing indicators that vanish, 3 dots that linger, read receipts without responses. These are modern silences that whisper, "You're being evaluated," even when someone just put the phone down to stir a pot. And in teams that reward speed, quiet is often mislabeled as disengagement when it might be deep thought. None of this means you're fragile. It means your system is exquisitely tuned to rhythms, and silence is a rhythm. Break your training rarely prepares you for. So what can you do when the air goes still and your chest tries to fill it with stories? First, name the moment without judging it. This is a silence spike. A simple label turns a mystery into an event you can work with. Then check the channels you control. Relax your jaw, soften your belly, and lengthen your exhale for 5 breaths. A longer out-breath nudges the brake on the body's alert system and keeps the quiet from snowballing into panic. Next, put borders on the blank. Use time and purpose to frame the pause. Let's take 30 seconds to think. I'll give you a minute to read that line again, or, alone, set a 1-minute timer to simply be with the quiet. Bounded silence feels like a container, not a void. In conversation, normalize thoughtful gaps out loud. I'm going to pause to choose the right words. Take your time, I'm listening. Because naming the pause protects everyone from misreading it. If you're leading a room, teach your cadence. Announce that you will wait 5 beats after asking a question before calling on anyone. And then actually count. You'll be amazed how much richer answers get when people know the quiet is intentional. When silence hides social uncertainty, replace inference with inquiry. Ask a specific, low-pressure question. Is the goal clear? Would an example help? Should we slow down or speed up? Specificity turns the shapeless into something you can act on. In relationships, build a silence contract with people you care about. Agree that delays don't equal disdain, that I need a moment is allowed, and that if someone goes quiet in a hard talk, the other will check in gently. Do you want time to think, or do you want me to keep going? So the body stops assuming abandonment. Train your nervous system to tolerate and then value quiet by using graded exposure. Start with 20 seconds of device-free stillness between tasks, eyes soft, attention on a neutral sound, air vent, distant traffic. When that feels ordinary, stretch to 2 minutes and add a gentle focus. Notice 5 things you can hear far away, then 5 close by. Later, try a silence interval practice in work blocks. After each 25-minute stretch, stand and take 10 slow breaths without input before you look at a screen. You're teaching your brain that stillness marks a clean page, not a threat. For sleep, cue your body with structured quiet instead of stark silence. A fan, a pink noise track, or consistent soft environmental sound. Your goal isn't noise, it's predictability, because predictable sound gives your attention a harmless anchor and leaves less room for the mind to make trouble. If intrusive internal noises bother you, ear ringing, heartbeat, use attention rotation. Spend 3 breaths with the body sound, 3 with a distant sound, 3 with the breath, repeating. The rotation prevents fixation. In creative work, reclaim silence as a tool by pairing it with a clear question written in front of you. How does this paragraph end? Which variable is actually driving the effect? When silence is yoked to a question, your mind hunts constructively rather than anxiously. In teaching and meetings, experiment with silent sprints. Give everyone 3 minutes to scribble thoughts without talk, then read 1 line each. Introverts bring gold from this, and extroverts learn that quiet can be productive rather than punitive. Online, shrink digital ambiguity by setting response expectations. I batch replies at 11 and 4, turning off read receipts or using status messages. Your future self will thank you for reducing invented drama. There are traps to avoid. Filling every gap with filler. So, nervous laughter, buys momentary relief, but teaches your system that silence is dangerous. While weaponizing silence, stonewalling turns a regulatory tool into a cudgel. If you notice yourself withdrawing to control, say what you're doing. I'm flooded. I need 10 minutes, and then I'll come back. And then come back when you said. Notice too, that silence magnifies the last note. A kind sentence before a pause reads like warmth. A sharp sentence before a pause reads like judgment. If you must pause after saying something hard, plant a stabilizer first. I care about this and about you. Then breathe. Culturally, meet silence where it lives. If your team spans norms, explain them. In my background, quick interjections show engagement. I'm learning to leave space. If I step on you, wave, and invite others to voice their comfort. Shared metalanguage shrinks the gap between intention and interpretation. A few small exercises will make the skill real. The elevator drill, ride without your phone, feel the first urge to fill the space, then let one slow exhale answer it. The 2-sip rule in conversations. After you finish a point, take 2 sips of water before speaking again. Notice how often someone else fills the pause with a thought they needed time to form. The 60-second hallway. Before an interview, a pitch, or a tough call, stand in a quiet hallway and do nothing. Let the silence be the runway that slows your mind so you can take off steady. And when anxiety spikes anyway, borrow sound on purpose. A single bell tone, a soft hum, the quiet metronome of your steps, to remind your system that the world hasn't stopped. It's simply giving you a wider canvas. The soft close is this. Silence is not the absence of life. It is one of its textures. If you practice framing it, naming it, and breathing in it, the same quiet that once pressed on your ribs will begin to feel like a spacious room you can walk into when you need clarity. You won't love every pause, and you don't have to, but you'll stop mistaking stillness for danger. And in that freedom, you'll hear things you've been too busy to catch. Your thought just before it hardens, another person's unsaid need, and the steady, ordinary hum of a world that is not judging you, just waiting with you for the next good word. You get used to almost anything, even trauma. You think you'd break and stay broken, but the longer arc of human biology says something stranger and more hopeful. You get used to almost anything, even the things you swore you couldn't live through, and before you bristle, hear the claim carefully, because getting used to is not forgetting, minimizing, or approving. It's the nervous system's default strategy for survival. A set of adjustments that reduce the shock of repeated pain so you can keep moving. Psychologists call one slice of this hedonic adaptation. You return toward a baseline of mood after gains and losses, while clinicians see broader forms in habituation. Alarms fade. Extinction learning. Triggers lose power when nothing bad follows. And allostasis. Your body sets a new working balance under chronic load. After the first blow, loss, injury, betrayal, disaster, the body blasts you with stress chemistry, sleep fragments, attention narrows, and everything tastes different. But across days and weeks, the system begins to recalculate. Predictions update. This noise is not an explosion. Thresholds shift. A siren no longer floods you. Routines slowly reform. And the very circuits that first encoded the threat start to quiet when they discover nothing lethal is happening right now. That is not resilience by slogan, it's learning in tissue. Take a simple, non-trivial example. People who acquire a disability often report a valley of despair, followed by gains that outsiders underestimate. Why? Early on, attention fixates on what's lost and on every friction point. With time, the brain and environment co-adapt, tools, layouts, habits, so effort drops and pleasures resurface. What felt impossible becomes ordinary. Not because the loss shrinks, but because the cost of navigating it does. Bereavement shows a related curve. The ache remains, but the background of days fills again as cues lose their knife edge. and memory changes from live wire to woven thread. Even after violence, the map can redraw. Triggers that once detonated panic can, through safe exposures and new meanings, become signals the body can tolerate. The mechanism is blunt. Prediction error shrinks. Your brain stops shouting about cues that no longer predict harm, and the energy saved is returned to life-maintaining tasks like digestion, learning, and care. But adaptation has two faces. One is healthy dampening of alarm and re-entry into purpose. The other is numbing, emotional constriction, avoidance, a narrowed life that stops new learning. Both reduce pain, only one restores freedom. Distinguishing them matters. In healthy adaptation, your world grows again. More streets you can walk, more conversations you can have, more skills returning. In numbing, your world shrinks. You avoid the park, the song, the date, the project, and call it moving on because it hurts less. Biology alone won't choose the better path. You steer it with what you do while the chemistry settles. The science is straightforward enough to use. Repeated safe contact with once threatening cues teaches the amygdala that the bell no longer predicts the shock. Consistent routines lower baseline arousal so your cortex can accurately tell now from then. Social co-regulation, breathing with, walking with, being listened to, borrows another nervous system's calm when yours is overclocked. Meaning-making changes cost. When you can place what happened in a story that includes values, I protect, I build, I refuse to repeat, the same memory elicits less helplessness because it points to an action you can take now. Sleep, light, and movement aren't platitudes here. They are control knobs for noradrenaline and cortisol that influence how sticky fear memories feel the next day. And attention itself is a tool. Where you point it changes what your prediction systems practice. Hours spent scanning for what could go wrong. Train vigilance. Hours spent doing small competent acts. Train agency. Both are kinds of adaptation. Only one restores choice. There are traps that make getting used to it dangerous when misunderstood. Telling yourself or others to just adapt can become cruelty if resources and safety are missing. Learned helplessness, concluding nothing you do changes outcomes, also feels like adaptation. Less struggle, less disappointment, but corrodes motivation and shrinks life. The antidote is building controllability, even in tiny doses, places where action reliably moves a dial, a routine you can keep, a room you can arrange, a skill that improves with practice. Beware too of the hedonic treadmill on the upswing. Just as you adapt to hardship, you adapt to relief. New city, remission, compensation, and the glow fades. Expecting the fade prevents the second wound. Why am I not happier now? And redirects you to practices that maintain well-being without chasing novelty. If you're supporting someone, recognize the timeline mismatch. Outside observers often adapt faster than sufferers. They stop flinching at the story long before living it gets easy. And their impatience, "Aren't you over this yet?" is not insight. It's their own hedonic adaptation. Instead of urging speed, help them adjust the environment so the nervous system can learn safely, reduce unpredictable stressors, co-create routines, offer company for exposures. Let's walk past the corner together and celebrate functional wins, sleeping through, answering a message, returning to the craft. Not just mood. If you're the one living it, you can steer the brain's tendency to normalize by arranging repetitions that teach the right lesson. Schedule small, predictable encounters with your triggers rather than letting them ambush you. Pair each exposure with recovery, so your body records, "This ends well." Rebuild identity by inventory once a week. List concrete acts done despite the heaviness. Wrote 3 lines. Cooked. Checked in on Sam. Because calling yourself strong is thinner than showing your system proof. Recruit future anchors. Low-pressure commitments that tug you forward. A class, a garden, a standing call. The brain calibrates around what recurs, and a gentle recurrence of something you value gives the map a new center. And invest in the boring scaffolding that heals quietest. Sleep regularity. morning light, basic nutrition, moderate movement. These reduce background alarm and make all other learning stick. None of this erases the reality that some traumas leave marks, scars, anniversaries that sting, startles that never fully disappear. And the point isn't to sell a miracle, but to invite accurate hope. Nervous systems are plastic for longer than despair suggests. Even when you cannot change what happened, you can change what the cues predict now. Even when you cannot restore the before, you can build an after with different strengths. And when symptoms stay heavy or hijack life, that's not a failure to adapt. It's a signal to widen the team to clinical care that targets the same learning mechanisms with more power. There is no shame in that escalation. It is the humane route to the same aim, giving your body enough safety and repetition to update its world model. Let's close softly. Getting used to almost anything is neither betrayal nor magic. It's the nervous system's stubborn craft. You can let it drift into numbness and narrowness, or you can partner with it, shape the repetitions, tune the routines, choose the meanings, and collect proof that life can bear weight again. Tonight, try one small nudge in that direction. Set a cue for morning light, text one person to walk a block you've been avoiding, or write 3 lines that name what still hurts and what you'll do gently next. And notice, over weeks, how the sharpest edges dull, not because the past was small, but because you are learning to live where you are, with more room to breathe than you thought you'd have. Most first impressions form in under a second. A face turns toward you, a voice begins, a step lands on the floor, and before the sentence finishes, a sketch of the person has already formed in your mind, which is where we'll start. Most first impressions are assembled in well under a second, because your perceptual systems are tuned to extract social cues at high speed. Eye openness, mouth tension, brow shape, posture, gait rhythm, voice onset, and pitch, all of which your brain maps to quick judgments like approachable, competent, dominant, or tired, not as a moral choice but as a survival shortcut. Rapid trait inference rides on a handful of correlations that were often useful in the ancestral past. A steady tone suggests control, a lurching stride hints at impairment, a tight jaw flags stress. So the machinery fires automatically and gives you a head start when speed matters. Yet that same speed is risky in modern life where clothes, lighting, fatigue, culture, and role expectations scramble the signals. A baby-faced adult can look more trustworthy than warranted. A taller speaker can be credited with authority they haven't earned. An accent can be misread as lack of clarity. Dark under-eye shadows can be mistaken for dishonesty. And camera angle alone can change whether someone appears warm or aloof. Your mind also applies known illusions. The halo effect lets one positive feature, attractiveness, confident posture, glow across unrelated dimensions. Intelligence, kindness, while the horns effect does the reverse, and both feel like perception rather than inference, because they arrive as a single coherent picture. There are social and cultural layers too. Some communities read a quiet start as respect and thoughtfulness, others as disengagement. In some workplaces, interrupting with enthusiasm signals energy. In others, it signals rudeness. And because your fast system rarely tags its outputs with culture-specific, you may confuse convention with character. Online, the problem mutates. A static headshot, a 5-second clip, or the first 2 lines of a bio can anchor you even more strongly than a live meeting, because the brain fills in motion, voice, and backstory from minimal cues, and then defends the guess. Yet there is a sober reason these fast cuts persist. Many microcues do track states, stress, sleep, focus. So first impressions are not random, just noisy, and they harden too quickly for the complexity they're trying to summarize. The practical questions are 2. How do you form better first impressions? And how do you manage being first impressed upon? For forming, install a 3-step delay that costs seconds but saves weeks. Name the cue, not the trait, fast speech, downcast gaze, wrinkled shirt, so you don't cement a story before data arrives. Generate a benign rival, One alternative situational explanation that fits the same cue, which keeps your model editable. Collect a second channel. Ask one neutral question that elicits content you can judge, or shift context. Sit instead of stand. Step outside harsh light. Switch from text to voice. Because cross-channel consistency is more diagnostic than any single snapshot. In hiring or evaluation, use designs that blunt snap bias. Blind screenings where feasible, structured questions scored against criteria, and second-look sessions scheduled after a short gap. In everyday life, adopt 2 guardrails, 2 more data points before character labels, and 1 explicit opportunity for disconfirmation. What would change my mind about my read here? Written quietly in your notes. For managing how others first see you, think in terms of signal clarity, not self-judgment. The first 5 seconds of your presence transmit stance, direction of attention, and intent. So enter with a visible task, setting your notebook, establishing eye contact with one person and then scanning. Let your shoulders settle before you speak, and begin with a sentence that frames purpose and tone. I'm here to compare options and listen first. I'll keep this brief and concrete. Voice carries outsized weight in the opening moment. Match volume to room size. Lower your pace by a small notch on the first sentence to buy intelligibility, and articulate your first noun-verb pair clearly. Mumbled openers anchor you at vague, even if your thinking is sharp. Camera etiquette matters on calls. Level the lens at eye height. Avoid strong backlight that hollows the eyes. Preview framing for headroom, and place the window of your audience close to the camera so your gaze lands near theirs. Clothing is less about fashion than contrast and coherence. Choose one element, color, texture, that reads clean at a glance and matches the role. Collaborative, advisory, technical. Because mismatched signals, formal claim with casual costume, or gentle claim with aggressive styling, force the fast system to resolve conflict by guessing. If you're nervous, manage state rather than pretending calm. A slow exhale before you speak stabilizes pitch and reduces the micro shakes that some audiences misread. If you fear being misjudged for quietness, pre-label it. I pause to pick words. If I seem slow at first, that's me getting precise, which converts an ambiguous cue into an intentional style. And if a start goes sideways, don't chase it with speed. Reset the frame, name the glitch. Let me restart that more clearly. Offer a 1-sentence summary, and proceed. People update more readily than you think when you give them a clean handle. Recovery from a poor first impression follows the same science. Change context, different setting, time of day, format. Increase bandwidth, from text to voice, from group to one-on-one, and demonstrate a counterexample early. A concise analysis if you were read as vague, a warm acknowledgement if you were read as cold. Consistency over a few encounters rewrites the fast tag. Primacy is strong, but recency plus evidence wins. To inoculate teams against snap bias, set norms. Delay decisions until after a short reflection period. Open with task and criteria before intros, and rotate who speaks first. So dominance isn't mistaken for merit. Give permission to challenge impressions with process language. I'm noticing a halo from X. Let's test Y on its own, which keeps dissent respectful and improves accuracy. For your own mind, hold a quiet humility. First impressions are hypotheses that feel like facts. Treat them as drafts to be revised, not verdicts to be defended. If you journal, add a tiny column labeled First Read versus Week 2 Read for new colleagues or clients, and watch how often your revisions trend toward nuance. If you parent or teach, show young people how to separate speed from certainty by modeling out loud. My first take was that he was abrupt. After 2 meetings, I think he was rushed and helpful. So they learn that updating is strength, not wobble. Let's close gently. Your brain's urge to size someone up instantly is an old friend trying to keep you safe. Thank it, then give it a little help. 1 breath, 1 alternative, 1 extra question. And you'll find that the world fills with more accurate portraits and fewer caricatures. Likewise, when others meet you in a glance, make those first seconds carry the signal you mean. then give them enough real contact to revise. In that small mutual patience, relationships begin with speed, but mature with truth, which is the kind of impression worth making. When watching someone else, you think you'd do better. From the seats, it always looks easier. Your friend wrestling with a jammed presentation, a barista drowning in orders, a striker missing an open net, a teacher losing a restless room, and a voice in you whispers, almost kindly, "I do better," which is where we'll begin. Observation makes complexity look thinner than it is because you see the clean line of what should happen, while the actor is juggling invisible constraints. Friction, timing, partial information, social stakes, and the tiny mechanical failures that only exist at arm's length. And your brain, watching from safety, mistakes clarity for competence. Distance filters noise, and noise is where most performance lives. On the sofa, a chess blunder is obvious because your clock isn't bleeding and no one's eyes are on you. In real kitchens, tickets stack unpredictably, burners misbehave, customers change orders mid-sentence, and a cook's split attention erodes the very resources you're sure you'd marshal. In a clinic, a diagnosis you spot after the fact was competing live with 5 lookalikes, a crying toddler, and a system that paged twice. In a classroom, your perfect explanation ignores the actual tempo of 30 bodies. The one student hiding a bad morning, the projector that blinked, the administrator who will judge time on task if you improvise. When you watch, you inherit the result of their choices without paying the cost of their uncertainty. And that asymmetry makes you brave and generous with critiques that your own hands could not cash. Add to this the comfort of the audience's view. You see the field, the dashboards, the facial cues, the replay angle. The actor sees a narrow cone of moment-by-moment options with missing data and must bet under time pressure. We overcredit our imagined cool because we simulate action at zero risk. No tremor, no glare, no microphone hiss, no stakeholder whose disappointment stings, and at zero variance, your fantasy run never includes the machine that glitches 1 in 20 times, the colleague who calls in sick, or the unlucky bounce. That's why the person who says, "I'd have made that pass," rarely pictures the stud that snagged the shoe or the defender's breath in their ear. The brain confuses knowing the next move with being able to produce it at speed inside a noisy system. There's another blindness. We underrate the meta skill of state regulation, keeping your hands and voice steady while cortisol tilts perception and shortens working memory. Watching others. Your hormones are quiet, so the solution seems straight. Performing, your pupils dilate, attention tunnels, and previously trivial steps. Finding the cursor, locating a menu, finishing a sentence, cost more. Competence, therefore, looks like content knowledge from the outside and feels like arousal control from the inside. Spectators think better strategy. Veterans think cleaner breathing, cleaner sequencing. Layer in incentives and you get more distortion. Frontline people trade off throughput, error rate, and kindness in real time. A customer support agent who seems slow is often throttling speed to rescue a relationship the dashboard doesn't measure. A security team that overreacts once in public probably prevented 5 fires you didn't see. Someone else's conservative choice may be the residue of last week's burn. Your imagined version of you doesn't inherit those scars, so it favors cinematic risks. You grade outcomes, they live distributions. None of this absolves poor performance. It says that judgment without contact tends to flatter the judge. And if you want to be both fair and effective, you need practices that reveal the hidden work before you declare you'd have done better. Start with a constraint sweep whenever you feel superior from the sidelines. List 5 forces the performer had to balance that you did not. Time limit, incomplete info, equipment behavior, policy, social stakes, and one unknown that could plausibly exist. If you can't fill the list, treat your confidence as a hypothesis. Next, practice the 1-rep rule. Try the task once at the live tempo before offering advice. Teach a mini lesson to 3 fidgety kids. Handle 2 real refund calls. Run a 5-minute live demo with the same hardware. A single honest repetition will either confirm your critique and sharpen it, Or replace bravado with respect that improves the help you can give. Use reverse shadowing. Instead of watching from above, sit alongside and narrate your intended move. Then let the operator narrate what you missed. You'll learn about cueing quirks, informal norms, and micro-sequences. I tab twice here because the first field steals focus, that invisible observers never see. Build a variance budget into your imagination. Take the ideal plan and inject 3 common perturbations: unexpected question, tool hiccup, minor conflict. Then see if your plan still holds. If it collapses under ordinary noise, you are grading an Instagram version of the job. When stakes are high, favor progressive disclosure over hindsight sermons. Ask for a timeline of decisions with what was known at each point. Mark the branch where you would have diverged, and propose a procedure or tool that would have made your branch feasible in that moment. Critiques that don't respect information sets are theatre. If you lead, institutionalize frontline postmortems that start with "walk us through what you saw and why it made sense then," and delay solutioneering until the texture of the work is visible. People tell the truth when they're not busy defending themselves from perfect hindsight. For yourself, recalibrate the "I'd do better" reflex into a curiosity prompt. What skill is invisible to me here? Is it triage, batching, handoffs, pacing, tone setting, or error recovery? Then watch with that lens. Your opinions will get quieter and you're learning faster. You can also train empathy for load by designing pressure drills in your own craft. Present while a colleague interrupts with realistic questions at random intervals. Code with a cheap keyboard on a laggy connection. Practice your instrument with a metronome that sometimes drops beats. Controlled friction upgrades your respect for people who perform without the safety rails you rely on. And when you truly would do better, show it with a prototype, not a posture. Take a small slice, run it under the same constraints, measure throughputs and error rates, then share the design. Execution earns influence and avoids the resentment that pure critique breeds. There are traps to avoid: performative saviorhood, taking over in public to prove a point, which humiliates and teaches nothing. Mythical best practices imported without the local constraint map. Exception worship, where you grade the median worker against the best clip you've seen online. And self-serving updates, where you soften your view only when you are the actor. Keep symmetry. Grant others the same allowances you claim when you're on stage. The gentle close is this: watching smooths edges and hides the hundreds of micro decisions that carry any craft from should to done, so your certainty about how you'd perform is both understandable and often inaccurate. Turn that certainty into generosity and skill by touching the work, naming the constraints, simulating the noise, and offering help that survives contact. Do that and 2 things happen. Your respect for real expertise grows, and your own performance gets better when it's finally you under the lights, because you trained for the world as it is, not the frictionless film that plays only from the seats.